All right, everybody. Call to order. All right, so our invocation tonight will be by Pastor Lee Prock from Victory Christian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Spoonhauer and a moment of silence. All please rise.
First, I'd like to thank the board for having me. Thank you all. And Father, I just come to you in Jesus' name. I thank you for this county. I pray for its prosperity, for its peace. I pray, God, for this board and for this meeting today, that your presence would be with us, that you would help with wisdom, you'd give us guidance. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge and then for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'd ask you to remain standing as we remember those that are serving in harm's way and as well as their families that are supporting them and missing them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spoonhauer. All right, so move on to chair's comments. Everyone, tonight is the National Night Out Sheriff's Office. Please come out, going from 6 to 8:30 p.m., Courthouse Green. It's an opportunity for us to promote law enforcement and build partnerships with them and the neighbors and law enforcement camaraderie. This is a free family event. Hot dogs, hamburgers, chips, and drinks will be provided. Also, the board will be holding a strategic work retreat on Wednesday, August 12th, 9 a.m., Buckstone at 343 River Road. The board will be discussing strategic goals, timelines, and county priorities for the next 5 years. The meeting will be live streamed and open to the public. Also, the board will meet with the county's legislative delegation on Tuesday, September 1st at 1 p.m. at Central High Cultural and Educational Complex. We'll be discussing the 2027 General Assembly session and the county legislative priorities with our state representatives. And obviously, we'll be bringing up some of the contentious subjects that we're all being affected by. So there are many important topics to discuss in our community. Please continue to share your voices, attend the public meetings, sharing your thoughts and public comments. There are many ways to stay up to date with everything that's taking place in our county. Please visit the website and share your community engagement. The information on the page regarding our app for your phone, opportunities, serve the board and commissions, links, sign up for news flashes, newsletters, and information about additional opportunities to be engaged. The board welcomes your feedback. All right, thank you, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Raley for your comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Christie. A few comments, and before I kick it off, I want to ask Elizabeth McDonald, our Deputy County Administrator for Operations, to come forward and share some recent recognition for our animal care and protection team.
Board members, we have the opportunity today to celebrate one of our outstanding teams and recognize an accomplishment that reflects the exceptional work happening here in Goochland County. So it's my pleasure to share that our Animal Care and Protection Department has received the No Kill Award from the Best Friends Animal Society for the 4th year in a row now. This award recognizes animal shelters across the United States that have demonstrated a sustained commitment to protecting the lives of animals in their care and by achieving a save rate of 90% or higher. And I'm especially proud to share that the Goochland Animal Care and Protection Department didn't just meet that benchmark of 90%, they far surpassed it by achieving an outstanding 97%. Receiving this recognition for 4 consecutive years is no small accomplishment. It reflects the dedication, compassion, and professionalism of our animal care and protection staff, as well as the support of our volunteers and dedicated veterinary partners. We're very fortunate to have such an outstanding team serving Goochland County, and I'd like to invite them forward to recognize their accomplishments.
Come forward, y'all.
And they have the award with them, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So board members, I wanted to follow that and just, again, there are so many things that are happening in our community and a lot for us all as residents to be very proud of. And that's symbolic of the excellence of things that are taking place across our county. Another thing I wanted to recognize today is that the Goochland County Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services has received the American Heart Association's Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Achievement Award for its commitment to offering rapid and research-based care to people experiencing the most severe form of heart attacks and strokes, ultimately saving lives. Mission Lifeline EMS is the American Heart Association's national initiative to advance the system of care for patients with high-risk, time-sensitive diseases. It states that severe heart attacks and strokes are certainly a major issue in our nation. So this program helps to reduce barriers to prompt treatment, starting from when 911 is called to EMS transport and continuing through hospital treatment and discharge. Goochland County Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services also recognized on the American Heart Association's Target Heart Attack Honor Roll, focused on the system of care for patients. This award highlights the collaboration and contributions of both pre-hospital and hospital providers. And to qualify for this recognition, agencies must meet specific criteria that reduce the time between an eligible patient's first EMS medical contact, which first happens with our medical dispatchers, to the time that they reach the hospital and receive treatment. So please join me in celebrating and recognizing not only our fire rescue professionals, our career and our volunteer staff, but the men and women of our sheriff's office, our emergency dispatchers, and our animal care and protection team for everything that they do to ensure that our safety and well-being is taken care of here in Goochland County. Congratulations. So did you know that our county treasurer's office has renewed its accreditation from the Treasurers Association of Virginia for its 11th year in a row? And as a part of the accreditation process, offices must successfully pass an outside audit with no findings of material weakness. This rigorous accreditation process also requires proof of continuing education, such as completion of an ethics course by the treasurer and educational requirements for all staff. Last month, I had the opportunity to learn more about the work of our general services team that they do in partnership with the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority. And did you know that during the 2026 fiscal year, which runs from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th of 26, Goochland County, get this, recycled 365 tons from curbside recycling from 2,200 homes, recycled 600 tons from our convenience centers, recycled 16,000 gallons of used oil, paints, and solvents, recycled 500 tons of scrap metal, recycled 20 tons of electronic waste, and processed 7,500 tons of trash. So there's a lot taking place in Goochland County. Proud of the work of all of our teammates who make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Raley. I understand there is a request to postpone agenda items.
I'd just like to switch.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
Yes.
I apologize.
So I ask Mr. Parsons to come forward. Well, we have a great relationship with the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. It's a partnership with many, many jurisdictions here in Central Virginia. Mr. Parsons leads the way. We have Mr. Winfrey, who represents us, and we also have a strong relationship with Austin Goyne, who is our county engineer. So we're grateful for that partnership and looking forward to hearing more about the great work the team is doing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raley. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. As was said, my name is Chet Parsons. I'm the Executive Director of the CVTA, and we serve the 9 localities in the Central Virginia. focused on transportation finance and making those big projects work that may have some issues getting done in other ways. So I'm here with you this afternoon to provide a brief update on some of our activities over the past year. And I'm going to start with a presentation or a video.
Hello, I'm Tyrone Nelson, a member of the Henrico County Board of Supervisors and chair of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. On behalf of the CVTA, I'm pleased to share some of our transportation projects for 2026. Since the General Assembly created the CVTA in 2020, our focus has been clear: to identify and fund transportation improvement that enhances the quality of life across the 9 localities of Planning District 15. It's great to move these projects forward because they are addressing our needs of today. Because of the CVTA, we don't have to wait and hope for state or federal funding. Working together, we've allocated more than $862 million to 74 regional projects through 2032. And when you include distributions to localities and GRTC, the total jumps to more than $1.6 billion across Central Virginia. These are more than just numbers. They mean safer roads, better connections, stronger communities, newer opportunities for our residents. Here are a few examples of projects funded in recent years and ones new for 2026. Construction of the Fall Line Trail is well underway. Sections in Ashland and Hanover are open for biking, walking, and other recreational uses. In Henrico, all sections are funded and are either open, under construction, or in design. Richmond is working on routing and design, while Chesterfield and neighboring localities are coordinating with VDOT on a design-build project that will complete the southern section. In Henrico, we funded a study of an improved 2-lane roadway for Route 5 in New Osborne. It will include bicycle and pedestrian accommodations and consider the potential costs as well as community and environmental alternatives. The study will look at proposed intersection improvements at Williamsburg Road and Hatcher Street and New Osborne Turnpike and Route 5 and the bridge over the CSX rail yard. Our set of new projects touch all modes of transportation: highways and bus rapid transit, rail, air, and a critical bridge improvement. In Chesterfield, the second phase of the Powhite extension will include construction of a 2-lane road with a shared use path on new alignment from Woolridge Road to Genito Road. The extension will support growth in Western Chesterfield, including the Upper Magnolia Manufacturing and Technology Park. In Henrico, we're partnering with the Capital Region Airport Commission to relocate a portion of Beulah Road, which currently blocks taxiway access to Richmond International Airport. The improved road will rewrite vehicular traffic, giving the Virginia Army National Guard direct access to the airport. Also in Henrico, we're partnering with the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority to design and build an overnight storage and servicing yard. By better accommodating freight traffic with new storage tracks and other improvements, we'll be able to expand passenger service between Richmond and Washington, D.C. Local service from both Main Street Station and Staples Mill Station will grow from 1 round trip to 5 round trips each day. The Pulse is expanding further west in Henrico. CVTA funding will extend the bus rapid transit system from its current western terminus at Willow Lawn to the intersection of Perham Road and West Broad Street. The project will include about 4 miles of shared bus lanes as well as single modifications at 15 intersections. It'll also include 13 station platforms, including a new westbound station at Willow Lawn. There will also be stations near Libby Avenue, Horse Pen Road, Falmouth Street, Dickens Road, Forest Avenue, Glenside Drive, Hungry Spring Road, and Perham Road. Lastly, Richmond's Arthur Ashe Boulevard Bridge is over 75 years old and is rated in poor condition. With help from CVTA, the city is tapping $44 million to replace the bridge, which crosses over CSX rail lines near the Diamond District. The project includes design and construction of a new bridge, which will be wider for vehicles and pedestrians and will rise higher to meet modern standards. Over the past 6 years, the CVTA has been instrumental in helping our region address the transportation challenges and create opportunities to grow. Our board, our staff, we are honored to lead these efforts to improve the quality of life across our 9 localities. Together, and with support from our residents, we're creating a region that's safer and better connected for everyone.
So as the video alluded, the CBTA was created about 6 years ago in 2020 by the General Assembly, and our purpose is to identify, prioritize, and fund major transportation needs across the region. We are funded, the revenues come in 2 different ways. We get a 0.7% sales and use tax within our 9 jurisdictions, and then a wholesale gas tax of 9.6 and 9.7 cents a gallon. That is indexed for inflation, and as we can guess, it continues to rise every year. The amount of revenue generated by those 2 taxes has been growing consistently, and in 2025, our last full fiscal year, we saw just under $230 million generated in revenues that could be going towards transportation improvements for our 9 localities. About 2/3 of that revenue generated is from the sales and use tax. The fuels tax is a little bit more stagnant and is influenced by a lot of outside impacts, but the sales and use tax continues to grow and provide a really stable foundation for transportation investments. In 2025, our tax revenues were about $229 million, as I said. That's divided 3 different ways. We have 50% of all of our revenues that come in go directly through to the jurisdictions, proportional to the taxes collected. So Goochland County gets a very sizable monthly check from the CBTA for use on any transportation project that's been identified by the county. 15% goes to GRTC for regional public transportation, and that is not just fixed route bus service. That is microtransit, the Link service, which I believe is active in many parts of the region that don't have bus service, and then other types of services that GRTC can help coordinate. And then the final 35% is an application-driven process that each of our member localities can participate in that can be used for those big regional needs that may not be able to be funded in other ways, such as the Ashland Road diverging diamond interchange on 64, the 64 widening in New Kent County, the Poet extension in Chesterfield, those types of big projects. Our last round of regional funding was just this past spring, and there were 12 new projects that were included in that funding round, many of which you heard about in the video. In terms of what we've done so far, from 2021 all the way out through 2032, we've made commitments at the authority for a number of new projects, and this is just that 35% of the whole pie. As you can see, Goochland County has received commitments just under $60 million, about 7% of the overall revenue for the entire region. And that is above where Goochland County should be if we were just looking at population. So the county's doing really well in terms of being competitive and getting the projects funded that it has identified as priorities. You can also see New Kent County, because of that I-64 project in New Kent, has received, is outpunching their weight in terms of the revenues received as well. And then you go towards the top with Henrico, Chesterfield, and the city. In terms of the types of projects, you've heard a lot about the variety from the video, but we predominantly have funded highway projects, but a big chunk of funding, 151 and counting million, has gone towards projects like the Fall Line, the Regional Trail, GRTC, bus rapid transit expansion, and then we've also supported bridges and preliminary engineering. Part of the name of the game right now is to get projects shovel ready, as you all well know. So anything that CBTA can do to leverage some funding to help get those plans ready and at the hands of the county engineers really goes a long way towards moving projects forward. Since 2020, the high number here is the 77 projects have been supported just on the regional side with just under $865 million in total. And again, that's to go towards leveraging In addition to fully funding projects, a big part of the CBTA has been to add match funds to smart scale applications or other types of federal applications, other types of funding programs, so that projects can get the upper hand and we can look better in terms of project funders above our friends up in, say, Fairfax or over in Tidewater. So that's been the name of the game. And if you look at the last round of smart scale, the Central Virginia region has done very, very well. So we want to continue that trend into the next round starting next year. In terms of project highlights, some of the ones that I wanted to identify in Goochland, they weren't in this last round of funding, but have been actively committed to. Ashland Road, Diverging Diamond has seen just under 34 million. I-64 at Oilville, just over 600,000. 7.5 million at the 250 at 288 interchange. 288 southbound auxiliary lane is another 7.5 million, and then 288 southbound hard shoulder running lane over the river is just under 10 million. So those are all regional commitments that are locked in for the county, and we're continuing to work with Mr. Goyne and staff here to make sure that those projects are moving forward as expected, quicker than expected, I should say. In terms of local, that 50% essentially pass-through funding, this is the amount of funding that Goochland County has seen each year, at just under 16 million in total since 2020. And the name of that game is any transportation needs that the county has identified can be supported with this local CBTA dollars. So it can be used towards staffing, it can be used towards programs, it could be used towards construction, you name it. As long as we can justify it and then have a certification at the end of each year, those funds are available for use in whatever you prioritize. I really just wanted to give an update, the next steps in terms of the CBTA for the coming year. We are working towards our next round of regional funding, round 5. That'll start not this summer, but about a year from now. Applications will open again. So your staff is already hard at work coming up with ideas for possible applications for CBTA funds. We have the ability through statute to issue bonds. So if there are huge regional needs that we can't support with a PAYGO program, we can issue bonds to support that type of project. And a big thing that we're doing is why I'm here today is to tell the story to the region. People still, I mean, we've been around only 6 years, so people don't know who CBTA is and what kind of support we can provide. So I would ask for your help if you know of any local organizations or regional groups that I may attend and talk to about CBTA. I would certainly appreciate that, and I know the board members would as well. Mr. Chair, with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, or I'll sit down. Thank you.
Board members, any questions, comments? No. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Parson is doing an excellent job. This entity, organization, whatever we want to call it, CVTA, to me is remarkable because it is a government program that really works. The leveraging that he talks about, basically, it blows my mind to the extent that the degree of matching, and even more than matching, if we start out with a little bit and we get some more money here and more money there, and all of a sudden we can pull off a fairly significant project, which otherwise we would not be able to do. And Goochland County is a prime example, being the recipient of these funds, which has allowed significant projects to occur here. I want to give a shout out. You know, we're 6 years old, did you say? And,
yes, sir.
And I wasn't here then. I'm relatively new to the CVTA, but a shout out to Mr. Spoonhour, who was on the sort of founding board of the CVTA. And almost every meeting I go to, somebody remarks about how significant his input was in getting this thing going. So thank you for doing that. And the other thing, our staff member, Austin Goin, is on the TAC, which is a Technical Advisory Council.
Committee, yes, sir.
Which is, the legwork, I think, is done. My understanding of it is the planning and so forth and the recommendations, both to the Finance Committee and to the Board of the CVTA. So a lot of work goes on there, which in turn is presented to us. And Austin has a very significant position with the TAC, and I think he's had a leadership position and so forth. So we're in good stead here in Goochland County as far as enjoying the benefit of this. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rayleigh for the citizen comment.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Christie. And before I do that, buy gas local.
Yes.
That money comes back to Goochland. It does. If you're thinking about where you're going to buy gas, it comes back to us to be able to do the projects that we need. So as Mr. Christie said earlier today, the board welcomes public comment, and the board welcomes engagement, and certainly your voice matters, and we encourage you to be continually engaged in the work of our community. So the board now is offering a citizen comment period, and it's not intended to last more than 1 hour. And so this is the opportunity for residents to speak to the board about any issue involving the county. And so when Mr. Christie opens up the public comment, you're welcome to come forward, state your name, state your address. The lights that you see in front of you will turn green. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes, but speakers may cede their time by having others do that, and so their time is increased by 2 minutes per each person that cedes their time for a total of 10 minutes. So when your time starts, it will turn green. It will turn yellow when you have 1 minute left to speak. It will start to flash when you have 30 seconds left to speak, and then it will turn red when your time is up. We do ask that you direct your comments to the board and direct your comments to the dais rather than the audience. And then ultimately, we as Goochland ultimately pride ourselves in having respectful civil conversations. So we ask that the audience remains respectful and cordial as we go through the public comment process today. So we do have 3 names of folks who have signed up already. Those who had not signed up still will have the opportunity to speak. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I'll now open the citizen comment period.
Good afternoon. My name is Annette Jones, and I live at 4841 Ash Grove Lane. The proposed entrance to Trax Data Center campus is located on a dangerous stretch of Route 6. The speed limit is 55 miles per hour. There are 2 intersections barely over a half mile apart, and this stretch of road sits between 2 hills, and the east and westbound lanes have very different elevations. It is not a safe location for another break in the median. Having lived here my entire life, you learn where the bad spots are in the roadways. Numbers don't tell you everything you need to know, but real facts do. So here's a real fact for you. That location nearly took my life on June 1st, 2012. I was traveling westbound on Route 6 when I was hit by a driver in my driver's side door by an 84-year-old woman coming from River Road. I was driving 55 miles per hour. She knocked me off the road head on into the trees at the entrance of Richmond Country Club. I suffered 6 broken ribs, a ruptured colon, a broken toe on my left foot. My right leg was broken below my knee, and my right ankle suffered a compound fracture so severe that my foot was nearly torn off, but remained attached by only the skin. I never lost consciousness, so I remember every single detail. I had more than 15 surgeries on my ankle alone, multiple skin grafts, a muscle graft from my right calf, 2 days of leech therapy, and I'm cut from just below my chest to my pelvis from an emergency bowel resection that took 4 feet of my intestines, and my stomach held together for months by a wound vac. I spent 85 days in the hospital. I am permanently disabled. I attend physical therapy twice a week and see a chiropractor every 10 days simply to have some measure of quality of life. I've suffered every single day for the last 14 years and will continue to suffer for the rest of my life because of that stretch of road and an 84-year-old driver. I stand before you this afternoon as living proof of the dangers in that area. I praise God that I'm alive to tell my story and perhaps save the life of someone you love. There's not one thing in Trax traffic studies showing that they looked at how many accidents, traffic citations, or the increased senior population. There's nothing anticipating the economic explosion occurring within West Creek as we speak. Counting cars and how many turned right and left is just that, counting cars. The primary high-risk corridors where the vast majority of severe crashes are concentrated are along Interstate 64, Route 288, and high-speed arterials like Route 6. To accept any traffic study completed by TRAC without substantial independent review would be reckless and irresponsible on behalf of this board. I have all the faith in the world in our Goochland County Sheriff's Office and Fire and Rescue to do their jobs. It's not about their ability or willingness to meet the needs of the citizens of Goochland. It's about the decision you will make that requires the citizens to have to need them. Because that data center is far more than just the property it sits on.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath. A group of very, very concerned citizens has looked at how we can make things a little better for it. And the only thing that we could come up with, and it's in front of you, is the Goochland County Data Center Assessment framework. And that would evaluate every single one, location and land use compatibility, concentration, so I'm not going to go into it all, but because you've got it. I would hope that you would take the time to review it. It was done by a team, and part of the team members that are on there are also involved with data center industry. And it's just how to move us along in a productive way. That's nobody. My group just wants it to be done right, and we just see that there is locations that could be better served, and we just want to look at assessing it. And if you guys could please, understand that these are the things that we feel should be in a organized framework so that we're not missing elements. So you all have a beautiful evening. I'm going over to the National Night Out for CERT. See you there.
Hi, my name's Judy Thompson. I live at 3370 North Road, Sandy Hook, in District 2. I've made some observations in my last meeting attendances. One is that not everyone who approaches the podium to speak to you all states their full address. I believe that's part of the rules, and if we could all follow the rules, that would be very nice. Even the people that are well known to you all. Secondly, I've been speaking with people in my community, my little teeny tiny neighborhood in Sandy Hook. We have 19 houses on the interior of the neighborhood. I've only spoken with 6 people that live there. Of those 6 people that live there, the first comment that they say when I tell them, hey, what do you think about when we're opening discussion about data centers and electric lines and transmission grids, and they're like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter what research is presented to anyone in any place of position. Everyone has been convinced that decisions have already been made and that all of our words are just because they have to have the box checked. As in you all have to have the box checked for citizen comment. That's astounding. That counting myself, 1 out of 7 people that live in my tiny little spot off Cedar Plains thinks that the citizen word matters. That's a huge public trust issue. I would encourage each of you to find a way to make that bridge. And my point of view is one, Your point of view is another. What we need to come to is some middle ground that none of us have imagined. Think outside the box. Reach across to the people that you represent. Protect everyone. It's great that Mosaic has extra setbacks from data center, but what about the people on Hawkett Road? We didn't pause that TOD to look at it in full depth and say, oh, there are other people who have been here for a long time that need protections. That's a great disservice to those people. So I hope as things continue to move forward with all of these big projects, that we can slow things down, pause, really think about the long-term impacts, and make sure our wording protects everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Dudley. I live at 421 Regina Lane, Creekmore Park subdivision, just east of the Richmond Country Club. My comments today are regards to data centers. Data centers should not be simply viewed as questions of where they are located. The more important question is, what protections are the leaders of Goochland County providing for its people, its environment, and its natural resources? In my opinion, to date, Goochland County has been largely silent on that question. Good governance is not built on words like could, would, or should. It is built on clear standards, enforceable regulations, and transparency. In the interest of full disclosure, every aspect of the data center debate should be brought into the open so that citizens can understand what a completed project would ultimately look like and what impact it may have on the surrounding community. When the Technology Overlay District was first proposed, neither many of the residents, and in my opinion, the county officials fully understood the operational realities and potential impact of modern data centers. To their credit, our citizens have educated themselves quickly. Given the county's continued reluctance to acknowledge many of these concerns, I think residents are justified in questioning whether future products will be planned and regulated properly and responsibly. The protections incorporated into the original Technology Overlay District ordinance were minimal, and as a result, the residents of Eastern Goochland County have legitimate concerns about how a data center campus could develop over time, what the final build-out could become, and what the lasting impacts could have on their neighborhoods and quality of life. Research consistently shows that the strongest protection for communities are established at the local government level, right here. That is where Goochland has both the authority and responsibility to act. I believe in Jonathan Lyle's standard to provide an excellent foundation for local regulation. If you can't see it, can't hear it, can't feel it, and can't smell it, then it's being operated responsibly. Those are simple principles to focus on a measurable impact rather than geography. If Goochland adopts regulations based on standards, data centers could be considered anywhere in the current zoning permits because every community should receive the same level of protection. That's what good government looks like, establishing clear expectations, protecting every resident equally, and controlling the outcome before development occurs, not after it arises. The Board of Supervisors has a duty to protect the residents of the entire county at all times. Goochland County has both the authority and opportunity to put meaningful protections in place. The question is, will you choose to do so? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just push this green thing? Cream, push the green.
Hit it again, ma'am. Sorry, you turned it off. It was already on. Hit the button again.
Oh,
Now you're good to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Mitchell, and I'm here today to offer the board a way out of a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, out of a way of community division, and a blueprint for a true win-win scenario for Goochland County. We all know the developer has 871 acres under contract, including the 269 core value acres along Hockett Road. You want revenue and the residents want peace. Industrial data center warehousers are not the only way to fund our county. Today, I'm proposing an alternative, the Tuckahoe Regional Park and Arts Foundation. Instead of as many as 34 mighty 80-foot industrial structures, high voltage substation, and rows of diesel generators vibrating next to the Mosaic community, we can use this 870-acre footprint to build a world-class public asset. I propose developing the front 269 acres into a multi-use community hub featuring a major outdoor performing arts amphitheater, a pickleball complex, a kids' water park, think about all the families that would love that, gardens, and a campground. The remaining 602 acres of heavily wooded interior timberland will remain in revenue. This plan delivers that without the hidden cost. Data centers demand massive grid expansion and millions of gallons of water, putting a strain on public resources that taxpayers ultimately subsidize. This park asset does the opposite. An amphitheater draws regional tourism, generating immediate direct inflows of local meals and hospitality taxes. We fund construction by selling amphitheater naming rights and corporate park sponsorships, not through tax incentives or debt incentives to the taxpayer. Furthermore, let's capture the corporate wealth right next door at West Creek. Neighbors like CarMax and Capital One spend millions of dollars annually. That's millions of dollars on carbon offsets to meet strict net zero mandates. Right now, those Goochland corporate dollars are being exported to wind farms in Arizona and forestry projects thousands of miles away because Central Virginia hasn't given them a local asset to invest in. Why not put that money right here? By preserving our 602 acres of timberland, we can register this forest on the voluntary market, creating a premier localized carbon credit asset. We can force Fortune 500 companies to fund Goochland's park maintenance just to keep our existing forest standing. If you approve this data permit, you guarantee years of expensive courtroom, litigation, governmental damage, and a furious electorate like what you're seeing here today. If you deny the developer's upcoming permit,
Ma'am, it's time for the next speaker. I'm sorry.
to public, am I done?
Yes, your time, when
Oh,
the
well,
red
I haven't-
flasher.
This would give an opportunity to create a legacy that everyone in this room would be happy to represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't see the time.
It's okay.
Good afternoon, Jen Strozier, 1810 Fox Downs Lane, Oilville 23129. Thanks for having us and for doing public comment. I just want to say a couple of things. One is there's a Farmville Herald article about the what will be the largest gas power plant going in Cumberland. I urge everybody on the dais and in the audience to go read about that. It's a huge gas power plant. There's going to be a lot of impact of that for Goochland. It's right across the river in Cartersville. So I hope everybody looks into that. Part of what that's going to power these data centers. It's for all of this expanded energy need. And most of that benefit is not going to Cumberland County. Henrico owns the water stuff there. So Henrico's getting the reservoir. It's a big deal. And all of this stuff is connected for the audience and for the folks on the dais. My issue here, and I appreciate your email. I'm going to call you. I really want to talk about all of this stuff. Mr. Spoonhauer responded to the email I sent. I never hear from Mr. Winfrey, who is my representative. Mr. Lyle often responds to, well, always responds to everything, and I really appreciate that. The issue I see here in Goochland is trust is gone on this issue, and it's a shame. It didn't have to be that way. Track 2 is going to, looking for the application in the area around the Richmond Country Club, is being sued right now for noncompliance. These companies have so much money, they can violate their terms and just pay the fines. And also part of what they say is, we can't power down. Our customer is too great. So these data centers as customers are too great for them to power them off. So that's when they kick in all of their generators. And that's when the neighbors get the smell that doesn't dissipate as you go away from it. And the sounds and all of those issues. What has to happen for all of you elected officials, and you're all up for election next year. Raise your hand if you're running next year. Okay, so this is a problem for us. There's no repercussion. If none of you are running next year, you can do whatever you want. And so you really need to reach out to the folks here. I'm a Democrat. Most of the folks are Republicans. We're united on this. And that's a problem for elected officials. From the top of government in Richmond on down to us, I tell you, the elected officials are the most nervous about the fact that people are coming to me on the other side of the aisle to talk about this issue. They're not forgetting it. So listen to these folks. They're so well informed. They have so much information. They want to protect our county, our kids, our air, our future. And it's not worth the goose that laid the golden egg to sell out our county for some money. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I got to run.
Thank you, Ms. Sturgis.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Raley, honorable members of the board, Madam Counsel, Madam Deputy Clerk. My name is Ben Sloan. I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia, 23102. And I rise to address item 13 alpha on the agenda, which is the capital impact model analysis. The Honorable Tom Winfrey appointed me to the committee for the capital impact model, and I attended both meetings of it. Didn't know much about it going up front, but did a lot of research with the available documentation and asked a lot of questions. My takeaway from that is I'm asking you to either defer or disapprove or at least modify the current resolution with regards to proffers. I understand the concept of limiting residential growth in the county, and as you well know, I've been on a number of different oppositions to different residential growth, proposed growth, and won a few battles and lost a few battles, but that's all part of what we live in our republic. I will say that from my standpoint, the proffers that are proposed that will come into effect at the rate about $31,000 per resident for a new home only raises the relative price of homes within the county. Even the buy right homes are inflating up to that amount because that's what the market will yield, that's what occurs. So we have a housing situation in Goochland where we still have approximately 1,047 lots that are not even developed at this point. And because the builders, developers are very smart and they're really throttling what they do. I'll suggest the Code of Virginia states that the proffer process is voluntary, but the way we have it established right now, it's not voluntary. We propose what the methods and what the monies are, and there's nuances within it, including, for example, the sheriff proffer calculations don't include a difference between single-family, multifamily, and dense housing. There's all kinds of different items I think are really not appropriate, and fundamentally, the consultant that's used even states that the calculation of the amounts is done non-transparently. It's done in a black box. Black box is not the proper way to do it, and I'll also suggest we need to have dynamic pricing on our proffers so that it takes into account every fluctuation in the market. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Anyone else for citizen comment?
Doug Quackenbush, 15615 Mosaic Creek Boulevard, Mosaic Creek. I didn't prepare anything. I'm not going to insult anybody with the dangers and the harm to people on data centers. But what I bring to you today is they should be providing their own power if they come in. They should not be taking any power from the county, the state, either through nuclear, which is what several of the data centers in the United States are now. They are fully functional and they have their constant backup all the time. There's no diesel generation. I can go on about that. Anyway, power. They should not have our power. They should provide their own power. Even hydrogen, they can provide their own gas. I mean, excuse me, their own water that way. So I thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Anyone else, citizen comment? All right, last call. Seeing none, I will go ahead and close citizen comment period. All right. So now moving on to reports. Introduce Cliff Heller for introduction of new and promoted county employees.
Members of the board, thank you for having me again. It's always a pleasure to come and address y'all. Today, we want to celebrate a new and recently promoted member of the Goochland team. In the month of July, Marcelo Forhan was promoted to be our next Director of Public Utilities. Marcelo joined our team in March as our Deputy Director of Public Utilities and has demonstrated his strong leadership on multiple projects to date already. He has extensive experience in utility operations, engineering, and public service. Please join Team Goochland in congratulating Marcelo and welcoming him in his new role.
Congratulations.
Yep, that's a big list of stuff.
All right, and moving on to our VDOT, Mr. Frazier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Raley, members of the board. Philip Frazier, resident engineer, VDOT's Ashland residency. I'm going to give you a couple project updates, but before I do that, I want to touch on an event that happened in the Hampton Roads District about a month ago, where there was a VDOT employee that was struck and killed in a work zone on Route 460. So the reason I bring it up is because as I've gone around and started talking to staff about that event and just, other concerns about work zone awareness and folks respecting our work zones, I thought this is probably the perfect opportunity for me to get in front of you guys and just, and really the public, and remind folks to please respect our work zones and understand that there are people that are working in those work zones that at the end of the day, they go home to their families. They're here to support the community, our transportation network, and quite honestly, they deserve the respect and the space to do a job safely. They do a great job, and they're concerned because we do see people that, quite honestly, have a hard time putting this device down, driving on the road. Folks that continue to speed, we know that we have concerns with that. So I hear those concerns loud and clear. So wanted to take a moment to just kind of highlight that for them and be an advocate on their behalf as they continue to work on these roads. With that, I want to give you guys some some good news. The bids were opened for the previously mentioned I-64 and Route 623 diverging diamond. They were positive. All 3 bids that came in were under the engineer's estimate. And so the department is working through the evaluation period, has an intent to award. We'll be presenting that to the Commonwealth Transportation Board in September. So hopefully in the next month and a half, we'll have more good news, but things are looking good. That project is proceeding as expected. The Oilville Roundabout, that project is expected to go to advertisement next week with a letting date, so that's when they open up the bids at the end of August. I'm sorry, that one is not at the end of August. That one will come out probably in about 5 or 6 weeks. We also have 2 other projects, one that was advertised a couple months ago. So if you remember, we had the Hard Shoulder Running Project, northbound. That project did not have successful bids after 2 iterations. So what we did was we took the project and we split it up, called it the road work portion of the project, so all the widening to the actual roadway, and then the ITS, which is the smart technology that's connected to the system. They were advertised as 2 separate projects. The ITS project, those bids were opened in July, and it was a successful letting. So things are looking good. However, we did not have good bids on the roadway portion. So that is going back out to advertisement today with a short advertisement period expected to open up bids at the end of August. So a little good news and a little, we'll wait and see what happens on that project. So with that, those are the 3 kind of biggest projects happening in Goochland County, at the moment. So I'll take any questions on those or anything else.
Board members, any questions, comments from Mr. Frazier? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Frazier. Wanted to ask a question. Last year, I believe I made a comment about how thrilled I was to see that when the mowing occurred, there was I don't know if it was the contractor or the residency had blowers blowing the debris off of the road. Unfortunately, I was traveling Whitehall Road earlier during last month, and traffic was at a standstill because the mowing was so bad. The debris was out into the roadway, logs were being thrown out, and there was nothing being done. They had a couple flagmen, but even with my truck, I had a hard time getting around. So how is that managed? And I apologize for springing this on you in the dais. I actually am trying to get the video off of my in-car video camera to show you because it was that bad. I turned around to come back to capture it, but how does that get managed? Because it was dangerous enough to be like, what's going on?
Yes, that gives me some concern because our folks are expected. We did all of our secondary mowing with contractors. One of the things that they're expected to do is evaluate the area that they're going to mow prior to, picking up any trash, any debris that might get chopped up with a tractor mower and thrown out into the road. So that's the expectation. Sounds like something like that maybe didn't happen. So what we can do is we can definitely touch base with our contractor. They're continuing to mow secondary roads right now. Do you remember what road that was on?
Yes, sir, it was Whitehall Road.
So it was Whitehall.
It was out
okay.
right near where Chapel Hill, Whitehall and Chapel Hill, going forward towards Davis Mill.
Understood. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll have that conversation with our team and make sure that doing the proper pre kind of evaluation of the shoulder before they go mowing, because the last thing we want is anything to get thrown up. So
thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Sir.
First of all, I want to say thank you. The culvert work on 621 down by Mount Olive Church, it was a minor disruption, so I appreciate very much that you all did that, probably in less than 2 days, day and a half. So thank you for that. And then I did also share with you very late notice a question that I've gotten as to how debris is addressed when trees fall across the road. First job is to get the road back open. Typically, there are then sawed up log segments next to the road. And this example was down near Creekmore and Route 6. And I relied on Mr. Wynn's tutelage from years ago, which is first thing is to get the road open, and then there is a come back and clean up the debris. But I don't know if there's a time frame within a week, a month.
Yeah.
Let nature just kind of decompose it. I mean, can you give me some guidance on that so I can share that with constituents?
Yeah, so many of these storms are happening kind of after hours. So our priority is to get out there, cut it, get it beyond the shoulder the best we can, and then return. With the location you're talking about, I talked to the superintendent. He's aware that it's still there. He's planning on coming back next week. Why he's held up is because there is a tree still kind of leaning on a power line or some type of utility line, and he wants that to be brought down so that we can remove that all at one time, do it all at once, rather than go out there, remove the debris that's back from a week ago, and then come back a second time and remove that other tree. But we're not going to touch anything on the lines. So he let me know that he's going to give it through this week. If the utility company doesn't remove it from the line, then he's coming to get that stuff that's on the shoulder regardless.
That's, I will share that with the folks who wrote in and asked. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier.
All right, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. All right, and Fire Rescue, Chief Ferguson, do you guys have a report? No, it's on the agenda. I don't know. Not requiring it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eddie Ferguson, Fire Rescue Chief. Report submitted in the packet. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I'd like to thank you for the recognition at the beginning of the meeting for the American Heart Association Mission Lifeline Award, the Cardiac Care Award that our agency received. We could only receive an award like that because of your funding, your support, the support from our citizens, the skill, the talents of our members, and providers who deliver the care, as well as our hospital partners who make that definitive care happen in a timely manner. So I'll just stop there, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you for your support.
Board members, any questions?
Not a question. I just want to say I certainly appreciate your comments at Fire Marshal Davis's retirement. I do appreciate, and the comment was made by Dr. Raley, that the fire marshal really isn't recognized at saving lives, but what they and the building inspecting team does
Right.
is make sure that we don't have bad situations. And so, yeah, inspections can be a pain in the butt, I guess, for some folks, but the juice is worth the squeeze. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you,
for that.
Mr. Lau, for that. And Fire Marshal Davies retired as of August 1st after serving 14 years with Goochland County. And you're right about that. The fire marshal, as well as the building inspection team, the inspections that they do make the businesses safer for the business owners, the employees, the visitors, the patrons. And, you know, God forbid the fire department had to respond for a commercial structure fire, then that occupancy is a little bit safer considering all the hazards because of following the fire code. So we are in the process of hiring or going through that process of selecting the next full-time fire marshal for the county. And I'd like to just commend Fire Marshal Davies for the great job that he's done here in the county for all these years. I think potentially at a future board meeting, he may come back in and you get a chance to recognize him. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Ferguson.
Thank you, sir.
All right, board members, the rest of the reports are in your packets. Are there any board reports? Seeing none, we will move on to consent agenda items. Dr. Raley.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before we dive into consent agenda items, just wanted to make an announcement for the benefit of our audience who's here and for those who are watching. Given the impending weather, the Sheriff's Office has chosen, out of an abundance of caution, to cancel tonight's National Night Out. So that has been canceled for tonight. They do encourage you to monitor their Sheriff's Office social media, and of course we will push it out through our ways as well, but they're looking forward to having everybody join them for their Faith and Blue event, which will take place on October the 25th. So no National Night Out tonight, but looking forward to an opportunity in the future to bring our community together. So board members, you do have two items on your consent agenda for your consideration. The first is for the appropriation of a grant in the amount of $83,752 to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, as well as a grant in the amount of $2,000 to Fire Rescue's operating fund for an emergency management grant. Both of these grants would impact the current 2027 fiscal year. You also have an appropriation request and a categorical transfer from the school division for your consideration. That would be a transfer of funds to their cafeteria fund for operations. So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members, any questions? Have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the consent agenda items A and B as presented.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. This is a voice vote, correct? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Yay.
All right, motion, or the consent items pass. So now to new business. So we have a presentation by Mr. Farrat on capital impacts model.
Yes, so board members and members of the audience who are listening and watching today, so Ramsey is going to come forward and provide some background information on a proposal for the capital impact model for the county to consider for any sort of new residential development that would click a trigger for additional capacity. I think that's key, that any sort of capital impact model would only impact new residential rezonings as well as a need for any additional capacity. And so this is work that has been happening at staff level in consultation with our consultant, Tischler Bice. There has been some work with some stakeholder groups, including the Home Builders Association and some of our citizens, as was previously referenced. There is a great deal of information, board members, that's in your packet that starts on page 82. So there's a lot of information in there, certainly a lot of numbers as well. But Ramsey's going to distill a 100-page report into a presentation for us today, and certainly be able to answer any questions pending your potential action today.
Thank you, Dr. Raley, Chair Christie, members of the board. Staff is pleased to present for the board's consideration the update of the capital impacts model, which we've been working on with our consultant, Tischler Bice, for about a year now. And I want to acknowledge Ms. Julie Herlens from Tischler Bice, who's with us tonight or today to answer any technical questions that that the board might want to ask later. Before we proceed, I'd like to take a minute to thank everyone who was involved in this process, department heads and staff who provided verified and updated cost data and level of service data, Goochland residents and representatives who were part of a dedicated stakeholders advisory group that met twice on the project in the last year, the county attorney for her thoughtful comments on methodology and drafts, and the consultant for being flexible with us as a 6-month timeline sort of morphed into a year's worth of work as we included the most up-to-date data we had and sought the most comment that we could on the project. Before we delve into the presentation itself, I'd like to make a mention of what is not going to be presented today. The report itself and the model speaks to services and infrastructure that are not covered by cash proffers, such as libraries, courts, general services, and environmental services, as well as non-residential development. So since we can't collect proffers on those, we're not going to cover them in the presentation, but they are part of the report and the model, and the county can definitely use that information for future internal accounting, and I thank the consultant for carrying that capability over from the 2018 version of the model. Setting aside a minor update in 2019, this is the first sort of update or major update to the model since the policy was adopted in 2018. With that, I'll start with a brief overview of the work that we've been doing that we did in the past year. The project kicked off in June of last year. During the fall and the winter terms, we collected data and met with affected departments. During the winter time, we completed drafts with options for the model. We met with the stakeholders committee in March, where the various options were presented. And we had a follow-up check-in with the stakeholders committee in June, where the preferred option was presented. And if adopted by the board today, the update will go into effect in January of next year. So a little bit of background on cash proffers. In Virginia, cash proffers are monetary contributions offered by a property owner or developer during a rezoning request to help offset the public impacts of a proposed development. A few important points to mention here: they are voluntary, and the developer offers them as part of their rezoning proposal. They are part of conditional zoning, meaning that they become a binding condition tied to the property and run with the land. And they are impact related. So under Virginia law, a proffer for residential development must address impact specifically attributable to the development and provide a direct benefit to it. And that last point came about after a 2016 update to Virginia proffer law. And I must say here that there was a subsequent 2019 minor amendment to that 2016 update that basically speaks to this idea that proffers need to be reasonable, that the development must create a need in excess of existing capacity, and that the cash proffers must provide a direct and material benefit. Another change in 2016 had to do with scope, where the scope of proffers was limited to new residential development or uses. Goochland County's basically experience with cash proffers dates back to the year 2000, when our first cash proffer policy was adopted. And various components were added over the years. In 2002, we added a fire and rescue component. In 2005, a transportation component. And one thing I'd like to point out is that pursuant to the 2016 proffer reform legislation, we can divide this timeline into two periods, the pre-2018 period and the post-2018 period. Pre-2018 being the time frame when we had one figure that applied to the entire county. And post-2018 is when we started using the model developed by Tischler-Weiss that, again, depending on the component of the cash proffer, treats it as a county-wide proffer or as a sub-county service area amount, and builds in this idea of a trigger that Dr. Raley was speaking to, which is that that component would only be triggered if there is no existing capacity in the system. Briefly about our experience with cash proffers, numerically, 3,000 plus zones have been, 3,000 plus lots have been rezoned with cash proffers since 2003. And the column to the right details some high-level accounting of the amounts collected and amounts spent since 2019. With a list of projects that have been funded or partially funded by proffers. This is not a comprehensive list. The county does have a dedicated webpage where a more detailed overview of our use of cash proffers can be inspected. The four components then that we're going to be discussing in the next few slides are public schools, parks and recreation, public safety, inclusive of fire and rescue, sheriff, animal protection, and transportation. The model update itself covered a number of factors. Demand factors were updated, and these are basically reflective of what is it that's coming out of that residential unit that's causing an impact on services. In the case of schools, that would be students, for example, and that's captured by this metric of a student generation rate. For most of the other components, that would be the number of people living in that unit, and so that would be persons per housing unit. In the case of transportation, that would be trip rates. So all of these figures were updated to reflect the most up-to-date data. Costs were also updated. So these are the costs for every new square feet of building that you need to develop, every acre of park that you need to develop, and so on, pursuant to that impact. One addition to the model itself was a new type of housing unit, which is age-restricted multifamily. So we were able, with the help of Chief Ferguson and Fire and Rescue, to obtain data that allowed us to basically single out this type of development and basically fine-tune the impacts in a way that allows us to add it to the model itself. Methodology was also updated, including the sort of a reasonable geographic approach for that component, whether it's countywide or sub-county service area. The report itself, which is a summary of the methodology in the model, is referenced in the proffer policy, that 3-page document. And that also was updated and edited. It was clarified so that it makes clear that it does not apply for non-residential rezoning. It was clarified that the county is not offering credits for in-kind contributions. There's some language there about voluntariness that was strengthened to protect the county. And there were some editorial changes made to make it more readable. Delving into the methodology itself, there are 2 components of the methodology that I'll sort of keep referencing as I go through the slides. The first is whether the accounting is made at a county-wide level or at a sub-county service area level. And when that sort of second idea is used, we are keeping to the same sort of framework of 3 service areas of the Western County, the Central County, and the Eastern County, which reflect elementary school attendance zones, as in the 2018 model. The second component of the methodology is whether it follows what the consultant called a plan-based approach or an incremental expansion approach. And this basically has to do with how we calculate a level of service. And in a plan-based approach, it's basically taking a sort of projected need, future need, and dividing that by a future population. Whereas in an incremental approach, when that data does not exist in our CIP, for example, it's taking the current sort of level of service or the current amount of infrastructure and dividing it by the current population to arrive at the level of service. I'm going to start cycling through the components of this model, starting with schools, giving a high-level overview of the amounts for this most typical unit, which is a single-family housing unit. So for schools, the methodology in the update is incremental, which is a change from 2018. The service area is still a sub-county geography of the 3 service areas, which is not changed from 2018. The amounts for single-family units vary between East, Central, and West, from $7,357 for the East to $19,809 for the West. One important point to be made here is that for any reasonably sized subdivision, and by that I mean anything from 3 units to 300 units and even more, depending on the service area, these school amounts are not likely to be triggered. And that is because we do have some capacity in the school system, and that has to do with the building of the new elementary school a couple of years back and the redistricting that followed, meaning that these amounts, again, are what the consultant calls static amounts. And it is only when you get a fairly significantly large subdivision, again, nothing to the order that we've seen in Goochland County so far that these amounts would be triggered. This is a high-level calculation slide. The kind of concept or the methodology in terms of the math is consistent across the different components. There's this demand factor, there's the level of service, and then there's a cost per unit, and they're multiplied out in order to arrive at the final calculation, which is the capital impact per housing unit. In this particular case, the demand factor is the student generation rates, how many students does each unit generate, and the level of service is basically the square footage of the facilities, again, divided by the population. Moving on to Parks and Recreation, covers all components, parks, trails, and recreational facilities. The methodology here is incremental, which is a change from 2018, and the service area is a countywide service area, which is also a change from 2018. The county sort of concurrently went through a process to adopt the Parks and Rec Master Plan, and a lot of that good data that came out of that study through surveys, through data collection, were used to sort of inform the decision on these methodological changes. The amount per single family unit is $9,666, and this is likely to be triggered in every zone of a reasonable size. The demand factor for Parks and Rec is persons per housing unit, and the level of service, again, it's a complicated calculation, many parts to it, again, depending on whether you're calculating it for parks or for trails, which is a sort of a linear measure, or for an indoor facility like our Parks and Rec facility. But all of these amounts end up being added up to come up with this final calculation of amount per housing unit. Fire and rescue. This covers fire stations, support facilities, and apparatus that are associated with new fire stations or that increase capacity, not replacement apparatus. The methodology is plan-based, which is not changed from 2018. The service area, however, has been changed to a countywide service area. Again, the data that we have supports the idea that there's an interdependence in how the various stations work together in order to respond to calls, and we took that into account. The amount for single-family housing unit is $4,249, and that is likely to be triggered. The high-level math is one where the demand factor is persons per housing unit. The apportionment factor, again, it depends on whether it's infrastructure that we're looking at or apparatus, but it's that amount divided by the future population. So again, this is a plan-based calculation. And I'd like to point out here that to avoid confusion, we're using the term apportionment factor for the fire and rescue component instead of level of service, which has a very specific meaning when it comes to fire and rescue operations, and we don't want anybody, including the public, to be confused by the use of that term. But in terms of comparison to the other components, it is coterminous with this idea of level of service. Sheriff's component, no change from 2018 for both, whether it's incremental or plan-based, it's still incremental. No change for service area, it's still countywide. And the amount is $692 for single-family housing unit. And this amount is not going to be triggered in this current update because the sheriff does not have plans for additional facilities, capacity expanding facilities in the CIP. The high-level math is that the demand factor is persons per housing unit, and the level of service calculation builds on sheriff's facilities as the infrastructure unit involved. Animal shelter, same as sheriff's, no change in methodology from 2018. The amount for single-family housing unit is $375, and also not likely to be triggered, or I'll make that precise, that's not going to be triggered in the current update because the county does not have plans to increase capacity for its animal shelter. The high-level math, the demand factor here is persons per housing unit, and the level of service builds on the square footage for the animal shelter facility into that level of service calculation. Last component is transportation. The methodology is incremental, and that is a change from 2018 when the model was plan-based. Since the 2018, well, in 2018 we had transportation projects in the CIP. The service area is hybrid in this case. We have a county-wide service area for arterial roads and a sub-county sort of scheme for collector roads. And that explains sort of the slight difference in the numbers that you see. They kind of all hover around $1,000 here. A little less in the east, a little more in the west. Again, that's the contribution of the difference in the number attributable to collector roads. The high-level math is a little bit more involved in this case, so I'm not going to attempt to wade through it, but the demand factor is vehicle miles per unit. And maybe one thing I'd like to point out here is this variable of local cost share, which is built into step 4 before the final calculation. So the math builds in the fact that the county is not responsible for the full cost of any transportation project that we undertake. Using historical data, we built in kind of the proportion of the cost of that project that comes out of our own finances. We're reaching the end of the presentation here, and this is kind of starting to put it all together. This is an example of what these amounts would look like for a 100-unit subdivision. And the amounts in red are what I've described as the static amounts. Again, these are the amounts that are not going to be triggered. The triggered amounts are in the range of about $15,000, give or take. Again, because in this case, we're not triggering schools amounts, we're not triggering sheriffs or animal protection amounts. The only difference, again, given that fire and rescue is one countywide figure, kind of the difference reflects a difference, slight difference in transportation figures from a sub-county treatment of collector roads. This slide illustrates kind of where we were in 2018 and where we are today. On average, if you sort of escalate the 2018 amounts to, or 2019 amounts in this case, to current dollars and compare that to the current static amounts, we're about 4% less in terms of the average cash proffer across all service areas. And again, the takeaway here is the percentage change and not the amounts themselves, which again are the static amounts and not the triggered amounts. Another point of comparison is comparing the amount paid in cash proffers versus median house value in Goochland County. So median house value has increased by about 52% from 2018 to last year, since we, at the time when we started the study. And if you put that in the context of what percentage of a median house price is an average cash proffer paid, that would be 6.1% in 2019. And in the proposed 2026 update before the board, that would go down to 4.9%. And again, these figures are the static amounts. It's just easier to do the comparison with static amounts because of the fact that with triggered amounts, you have different triggers at different levels. But again, the takeaway here is the percentage itself and not the amounts. And I think this is the last slide in our presentation. This kind of puts it all together for the different unit types. And the last two columns are the static amounts and the triggered amounts side by side for the different unit types. And again, for the triggered amounts, the range is between $7,477 for age-restricted multifamily, up to $14,000 or $15,045 for a single-family unit. And again, the point here is that this is exclusive of the components that has to do with schools, sheriffs, and animal protection, because these will not be triggered for anything really we've seen come before us as a rezoning in the past 10 years. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions on behalf of the county, and Ms. Herlands is here for support for any technical questions that the board may have.
Board members, do I have any questions? Go ahead.
I appreciate this. This took me back to my database marketing days, so I was quietly smiling. It was mentioned earlier that this is built on a black box, but I'm looking at a whole host of components that went in. Where's the black box component that was referenced? I mean, what is not transparent on this? I'm following every data point going in there and how it's weighted and how it's assessed. So where's the magic, I guess? Where's the black box?
Yeah, Ms. Ramsey, I think I can help with that one. I think, Mr. Lyle, there are a ton of data points that go into these figures, and each data point is documented related to the source of data. And so one of the things I tasked the group with, as I said, we need to make this more understandable for our public. And as you can see, all Ramsey's slides are high-level summary slides with step by step by step by step with color codes. It says you take this, and this is how you get to that figure, and then you take this and you divide it by that. And so these are high-level summaries, but all of that data and detail is included in the packet because I think one of the things...
Dr. Rayleigh, I'm going to interrupt. I know that.
Yeah.
I was trying to ask a question that was going to get the answer. There is no black box.
There is no black box. That is correct. Yes, sir.
That's where I was trying to get to because, I mean, again, my experience is that I followed every bit of the data points going in there. And so the calculations and math is math. So I'm not a degreed mathematician, but I get where it's going. And so I'll stop my question because I was going to start pontificating. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add that Exhibit B before the board is a 100 page report that sort of attempts to. So Exhibit B before the board is a 100 page report that attempts to sort of distill that methodology. It has way more detail than what I described here. And I can say that the model itself, so the Excel-based model that we're going to use to sort of suggest cash profit amounts, we can take a peek under the hood. It's as staff, it's not opaque to us. So.
Would you
go ahead, Mr. Chairman?
Go back to the last slide. I'd like to understand better the triggered amount, the estimated triggered versus cash profit eligible total. And I guess what I'm assuming is the triggered amount is what we would actually impose. But can you clarify that for us, for me?
Yes. So, when staff would input the amount of units being proposed by developer into the model, we would get a holistic picture. But in this particular case, it kind of depends on the size of the development. So if it's, again, a reasonably sized development, again, 3 units, 10 units, 100 units, 200 units, that would just be the triggered amount because there is existing capacity in the school system. So the school component of the proffer would not trigger. And in any case, the sheriff's and animal protection component would not trigger because there are no plans to expand facilities on those two fronts. What will be suggested to developers as an amount would be the triggered amount and not the column before that.
Could you speak to, or could Tischler Bice speak to the use of this model and this model type across municipalities throughout the country? And, it's very, I appreciate the work that's done specifically for Goochland, but, part of the value of the model is tested, tried and true over time.
Sure, thank you, happy to. Again, my name is Julie Herlands, I'm Vice President with Tischler Bice. Been working with the county on this and the previous iteration as well. So Virginia is unique in their use of cash proffers and particularly the need to analyze projects on this capacity trigger element. Other places around the country do the comparable type of calculation and program and system as an impact fee program, where you do a similar report, the report we have here, very similar, identifying the land use, the demand from the land use, what the infrastructure needs are from that land use, complying with all of those, all of either state legislation and case law out there, but coming up with essentially the static fee schedule, a fee schedule. Those fees, impact fees, are paid by right development, residential and non-residential. So that there's no need to do a modeling effort for those communities that have that ability to do impact fees. Places that don't, that need to do a sort of a more dynamic approach, really, again, on the capital front, really limited to Virginia in our experience. We do this nationally, but in our experience, mostly in Virginia. And then the other time that this is done is more of a full fiscal impact analysis that covers both capital and operating and the revenue that's generated off of them. So we do those kinds of models, more dynamic approach around the country for other communities elsewhere. That's not as common. That sort of can be part of a comprehensive planning effort. It can be part of a small area planning effort, kind of linked with planning. Do we have the resources from this development to pay, are the revenues generated sufficient to pay for the operating and capital expenditures? Again, that can be more dynamic. So around Virginia, we've done that in Falls Church. City of Alexandria is kind of a more municipal thing. City of Fairfax, Loudoun County, some other places. So, kind of, and elsewhere around the country too, some communities in Texas, in Georgia, North Carolina, a whole bunch. So again, it is a little bit different and again, depending on the need and the questions you want answered, so.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain the cash proffer eligible? I may have missed this in the presentation, but where it says central and west for the service area, the cash proffers only applied to rezoning. So how is there something eligible before it's zoned or rezoned?
The term eligible maybe here is...
Yeah. So yeah, the cash proffer eligible, that eligible word are those infrastructure categories that are delineated in cash proffer law in the state. The state statute.
Understood.
So as Ramsey had mentioned earlier, the model includes those other ancillary, infrastructure components. that we have that as an output, but we've highlighted for the results, here's just what you can, here's what's enabled under the, looking at Tara, here's what's enabled under the Virginia statute and the regulations.
All right, thank you. Mr. Spino?
Ramsey, you kicked off the presentation by saying this is voluntary. Could you please explain to me how exactly this is voluntary?
These amounts are suggested to the developers during the rezoning process. The proffer policy itself has a section that basically says that the developer may rely on the county's accounting, or they may produce their own study, and pursuant to their own study, basically propose, cash proffer amounts to the county.
So based
bring
on
that
that,
to the board's consideration.
based on that answer, a proffer is not voluntary. It's who does the math for the proffer that's voluntary? They voluntarily use our services, or they voluntarily use their calculations?
I wouldn't say so. I would say that if the applicant were to propose cash proffers, then the county has a model that they can use, or they can rely on their own.
But they have,
on their-
so if I'm a developer and I want to do 100 homes, and I say, I'm not going to offer any cash proffers, that's okay?
That would be up to the, yes, it would up to the board.
So in
to-
2018, when we did our cash proffers, and then we failed to implement the process correctly by increasing them by the percentage that they said they were going to be increased for all those years, and then right before Christmas, we sent bills to all of our developers saying that we're going to increase our cash proffers, they could voluntarily not have paid those?
That is a separate question, because once the amount becomes a condition as part of the rezoning resolution, then the escalation becomes administrative. And in that sense, they couldn't get out of that one, because
So how
that
does
was
this,
post
how does this
rezoning.
impact, so I've got two more than 50 home subdivisions that have been sitting on the books since 2006. How is this going to impact those subdivisions that have already been approved? And I'm assuming with let's assume they have cash proffers.
The amounts will continue to be escalated yearly, the amounts that are in the rezoning resolution. If the developer feels that the development plans have changed since, they can definitely come before the board and seek an amendment to that.
Will this increase the percentages, or does everybody on the old schedule? We seem to run into problems when we change things, when we change the game on people and not have it clearly defined. So for those, the answer could be no, this doesn't impact them at all. Does this decision today impact the 1,000 or so homes that can go up that have already been approved?
No, that will not impact them.
Okay.
The escalations are made vis-a-vis a multiplier, Marshall and Swift multiplier that is separate of this.
So they fall under the old ones. Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other questions?
Yeah, just, I appreciate Mr. Spunar's question, because I haven't seen this, and I do sometimes use air quotes around the word voluntary, but it is possible that someone could say, I'm going to develop 123 homes, and come to the board and say, and there are no cash proffers with this. I mean, that would be the developer's option to say, we do not offer any cash proffers with this request for rezoning or development. Is that correct? I mean,
That is correct.
yeah. So yeah, they can come and say, we don't want to, we choose not to. Okay.
That's good. I mean, I really wanted that on the records.
Yeah, I think that is the case, and then we, the board, get to say, Merry Christmas. I mean, we're not going to ask you to help pay for the increased costs that you're going to put upon the county. So, thank you.
All right. So with that, let's see, where are we? Good.
Mr.
So
Chair.
I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board defer to the December board meeting this resolution accepting the capital impact study and amending its proffer policy.
A second.
Got a motion and a second, and we will go into discussion.
I'm happy to.
All
Yeah,
right.
please.
Yeah. One thing that's come up, and I do think the thoroughness of this analysis is incredibly important to us. I view this tool as just as important analytically as it is in collecting funds for the county. One thing that this doesn't address, and I think we do need to go into more detail on, is the impact on assessments and the impacts on new home costs. There's conflicting data on both those elements, and if we have the proffers versus if we do not, what are the impacts going to be on new home build in Goochland County? At the end of the day, this is a tax. So I mean, in my mind, and that can be my opinion. And I appreciate the transparency that we have and the thoroughness we demonstrate to try and collect for the needs that we do have. So that's great. But we want to make sure that the taxes are being collected appropriately. They're not having adverse effects, especially in terms of pricing people out of the market initially. And assessments have been a consistent point of concern for citizens. I partly blame that on the federal government, printing money and having rampant inflation. But nonetheless, it does have a local effect. So I just think there's a lot to look into. And at the same time, I do want to commend staff and Tischler Bice for all the work they've put in. I mean, I think you mentioned it yourself. Initially thought 6 months, it turned into a year. I think that on the back end of our review is leads us to have some additional questions we need to get answered. Additionally, I'd like to commend staff for putting together the stakeholder groups and having that analysis. I think it's important to get the voices of residents, developers, business professionals. It was a very diverse group to provide feedback, and the feedback I received from individuals who participated in that was very positive. So, I think there are a ton of positives around this. I just do not think we're at a position to say this vote is going to solve X, Y, Z definitively at this time. And I think whenever we do a vote, we want to be able to say this is addressing this very specific need and not having adverse effects.
Sure. So I appreciate that line of thinking, Mr. Vaughters. My question is what would fundamentally change between now and then for this? So if we delay this 2 months, or did you say December? Is that? Yeah. So December. I would much rather have the vote and vote this down because this is not the right tool, and it's causing detriment to our community. When I ran for office, everybody said, we understand growth is coming, but just be smart about it. The way we've been managing this is not smart. I understand the need to recoup the costs and to manage the growth. Mr. Vaughters, you and I are in a very unique situation in that we both have designated growth areas and rural areas within our districts. This is causing a mess in my district, in the rural part of my district. I have been very clear with everybody, and I'm not hitting the ball on anybody. If it's not in the designated growth area, don't come to me, because we've approved what the residents have been comfortable with, and we're going to keep Goochland rural. And for all the red-shirted folks in here, we are focusing on commercial, and I've not been quiet about that. This is creating a bad product in my district, where instead of having folks cluster together, when you add together all of the fees, the catastrophic changes we made with access management, we have made it so that rather than try to get a good product in the western part of the county, we just see driveway after driveway after driveway after driveway on main thoroughfares. And this is not the way to do it. If we want to do this smart, let's decline this tonight. Let staff regroup, figure out a better way to either, it's not going to make or break Goochland's budget if we don't do this. It keeps it the same. I appreciate the work that's got into it. Get us something that gives us the product that we want to see in the rural parts of the county, and that ensures that folks that are moving in here are taking on a small fraction of the costs that are being incurred. But I'm not sure kicking this down the road 3 months is the best thing with everything we've got going on when nobody's told me what problem we're solving here, except that we're leaving maybe a few bucks on the table and making it more expensive for people to move in here. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to jump in with my comments because I agree and disagree with some of both of them. I think if we do defer, I would like a friendly amendment to say the March 2nd, 2027 public meeting, just because we'll be in the budget. These dollars left on the table might matter at that point. They might not, but we'll have a better understanding. Because I agree with Mr. Spoonhour that December is just a little too close. I want to clarify, I think what Mr. Spoonhour was saying, though, is I personally think that this report, this tool, is critical. But I think what you were saying is the motion on adopting the proffers.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
What
Or are you saying that the tool or the report itself is flawed?
I don't think increasing the proffers is appropriate at this time.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, but I think that this tool shows that with each home that comes in, we're at a deficit. And this only applies to rezoning. So all of the by rights, this tool captures the impacts that, each citizen has that we've got to find a way to fund, basically. So I'm open to
Mr. Can I,
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, that's kind of why, if we feel that we want to adopt this tool but with different numbers, I don't see, this doesn't require public action. We don't need to publicize this. This is an administrative action that we could do, that if we're just not comfortable, and maybe y'all are, I'm just definitely not, that these increases are not appropriate, then we could pick up at a different time. We don't have to defer it. We could just not approve this and then say, okay, if we really do want to make changes, we can. It's just an option out there. This isn't a public hearing. This is administrative action.
And I do want, Mr.
Go
Schmidt, I
ahead.
just want to clarify, if I'm hearing you correctly, the issue in District 2 is rampant by right development that is not occurring in a planned fashion, correct?
Similar to that. Instead of, they're taking 5 and 6 lots, and instead of making them a small subdivision with the amenities potentially and clustering folks and giving us more, they're not doing the subdivisions because it's too damn expensive.
There you go. Yeah.
And we're making them put gutters and sidewalks in when it's a rural, area. So it's forcing a product that folks don't want out there, and instead we're just getting single residences all up and down the roads.
Yeah, I appreciated Mr. Votter's comments that this is a tax, because people sometimes use the phrase user fee. But whatever you want to call it, it is the government coming and taking money from people. And I want to do as little of that as possible. To that point, if somebodies are coming and we need to buy a new ambulance, if we need to put a wing onto a school because of population growth, I do think it is appropriate, and I don't like this word, but I'm going to use it anywhere, fair, that the people creating the increase for demand help pay for it. If they don't move here, we don't need the extra ambulance. If they don't move here, we don't need the wing on the school. If they don't move here, we don't need the additional deputies. So when their actions, and I'm a come here, I moved to Goochland from Henrico back in 1990, so I'm part of the problem. But when those changes, when that growth occurs, I do think it is okay to ask those people to help pay for the increase of cost. Because if they don't come, we don't have the increase in cost. But I want it to be as little as possible. And that's where I was enamored of and actually spent quality time with the report and looking at the different data sources. I know schools provided their data sources, and I'm not sure I trust all the information they gave us, but you got to use something. So if we defer this to December or March, I'm okay with that, because my goal would be to have a proffer system that takes as little money as possible, but does recognize that the county is going to have increased capital costs, not operating, but capital costs. And do I think it is appropriate for the people requiring those increase in costs to help pay for it? And my answer is yes. And if that is going to diminish people coming to Goochland, it's kind of a win-win. And we don't have the increase in costs, and they don't have to pay the proffer. So they can stay in some place that's not as wonderful as Goochland, I guess. I don't know. But I'm comfortable deferring till March, to December, or some future time. But I do think it is appropriate for the people creating the additional cost to help pay for it.
Mr. Spoonhour, let me just make a retort. Unfortunately, this doesn't necessarily slow down growth. It potentially incentivizes it in places where rezoning isn't required. Just a...
That, I think there's been a lot of wisdom up here that, yes, this is not a panacea and it isn't going to solve everything. So I don't have an answer for this larger global, if I can, situation, but I do think that there is some benefit to the degree, maybe this is a partial, and please don't ask me to approve proffers on by right, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get to that, just so you know. But I want to take as little money as possible from taxpayers, but I do think that we need to recognize there's an increase in cost with growth, and if part of that can be addressed, and as little as we can take is what I'd like us to do. And if this is too much, then yeah, study it and get it smaller.
Mr. Chairman?
I just wanted to say, I just want to be clear, I completely agree with you that it should be incurred. I'm also saying that as designed, the proffers now are creating an untenable situation in my area, and that needs to be addressed.
I am going to jump in. I also have high growth and rural areas in District 5, so.
Right, Mr. Winfrey, go ahead.
I think from all this discussion, I think to me, in my mind, it does justify a deferral. And I'm willing to amend my second to Mr. Vaughter's motion to agree to do it in March, defer it till March. There are many, many questions that come to my mind. I'm not going to bring them up tonight, but.
And I would add to the impact on assessments, impact on initial home prices, but I would also add impact specifically to the western part of the county, because it is an adverse, a negative adverse effect that we just do not, that we need to dig into deeper in order to see if there is a way outside the existing proffers, but also to modify potentially existing proffers so that we're mindful of capital impact, which is a real thing and has been, we've had a deep dive analysis, which is to be commended, but we've got to now fine tune how we apply this analysis to how we're actually enforcing, let's call it tax policy, or we can call it proffer policy to be totally correct.
I mean, you guys have talked me out of a deferral. I'm leaning more towards denial now. So I don't know if you guys want to amend the motion beyond that, but.
Yeah, so board members, pending your action, one of your potential options would be, if denied, that ultimately the model from 2018, 2019 would remain, and we'd apply the Marshall-Swift Index on a regular basis, and that would be the kind of default position until there would be something in addition to that from the board's action. But there are some options available to the board.
All right. Well,
Mr. Chairman, if you're still taking comments, I like the idea of more study, because the fact is we have more age-restricted communities now, and there is a very real difference in what their needs are. They got zeroed out on schools because there are no school children, but I think our friends in fire rescue would tell us there is a under-assessed need for fire, well, not fire so much, but ambulance services, and we're not capturing the need. We had, I was told, 3 calls in 1 hour from Avery Point, Tuckahoe Pines, and Sheltering Arms. All 3 of them called within 1 hour, and that means we need more ambulances. So as we're looking at those capital needs, I'd like the communities requiring those needs to pony up in all candor. So I like the idea of the study, because at some point I think it is appropriate to assign costs to those folks that are generating them. And I do like the multi data point model that has been developed, because we can adjust that. We can change that weighting. So that's for what it's worth.
Chair Christie, I heard Mr. Winfrey say he would do a friendly amendment to March. I wasn't sure if Mr. Vaughters also.
Why don't we just clean the table? I rescind my motion, and then we'll start it again. Do you want to?
I admit we may be guilty of kicking the can down the road a little bit. But the proffers as they are now would stay in effect until March. Is that correct, Mr. Ray, Dr. Ray?
They would stay in effect until any future board action, whenever that may be.
Until a decision is made.
Yeah.
And I wanted to clarify something.
Can I ask, do we even have to vote on this tonight? No, there's no reason for, like, we don't have to take an action.
We could, sure, I'm fine with that. But maybe it's a better question to ask.
Well, I think our clerk is looking at our attorney. I mean, we don't have, there's nothing requiring a vote.
There is.
Only the motion requires a vote. And the motion
But that's
rescinded.
just been removed. He just rescinded his motion.
That's correct. This is not a
And I
public
agree.
hearing that is
Right.
required to have a board action at the end of it. You also have some actions that we don't normally do, so they don't trip off my tongue, but
So,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to head
well,
to.
I just want to make a comment.
Board members,
Of
all in favor of
clarification
tabling
with
this?
you,
Well,
Mr.
you don't have a motion
Spoonhour.
yet.
And I respect everything you've said, and I agree with most of it. But I want to clarify, what you're saying is you'd go along with leaving things as they are, but I think I'm hearing you say that you're against proffers in general.
I'm not in favor of the way the proffers are prohibiting different forms of products or projects in our area, and that this does not solve that. At the beginning of this, I asked us to look at removing proffers specifically. That did not go anywhere.
Right. I remember that, and that's why
Yeah.
I'm asking you again. But so that would in turn leave the burden on taxpayers in general throughout the entire county to cover whatever additional
Not if we came up
costs.
with a different solution. I was hopeful that this solution would be a little different based on the geography and the different needs of the different areas.
Okay.
And we just didn't get there.
And so that's a study we haven't done, and
Well,
we don't have that sort of information.
I can't explain why.
So if we were to defer it, I think everything would be status quo. And what I'm thinking is we'd have maybe a better handle on the revenue stream of this county and our affordability to be able to afford the
I actually
additional
think
costs if we were not to have proffers at all.
I think this dovetails really nicely into the strategic session
Yes,
that we're planning on
exactly.
having.
That's what I'm
Be
saying.
part of that conversation to say, okay, we've got
Yep.
we've got the framework, and if we want to figure out, all right, we need to be more or less in certain areas, then we have that as part of the larger strategy of what are our growth
Absolutely.
targets.
Board
my
members,
point.
as is often the case, there may be several ways that you could get to the end. I think the clearest, in light of the broad spectrum of what you're discussing doing, might be simply a motion to deny this tonight, with the idea that it can come back in a different form. It could look completely different. It really leaves your options open. A motion to defer assumes this item comes back in front of you. It just, and then you have some more opportunity to work on the time frame, given that there's some, difference in how you might approach it. So that would be the clearest way to get this off your agenda today.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. I move that we deny this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. I think we don't need discussion. or
No, I
do
do,
we?
I do want to make a discussion. I think what gets lost in this analysis is this is not a proffer-only discussion we've had. This is a capital impact model that I think should flow through everything we do, and staff and Tischler Advice pulled together a very thorough analysis that tries to take a very difficult issue and say, what do we think the real cost of this new home is, or this new development? So I think if we're going to do a denial, which is fine, and I think we've laid out all the reasons why, we just need to stress that this is not throwing out
Absolutely.
everything that's been done. This is saying this capital impact model is something that we should have in every one of our discussions around developments moving forward and utilizing it in the appropriate ways. And then as we look at proffers, aside from the capital impact model, how can they be district to district or county or countywide? I know I don't think we can do district to district, but nonetheless, how can we do them the right way so we don't have adverse effects like you and Mr. Christie mentioned? So, I just don't want the public perception to be, oh, that analysis was just thrown out for nothing. This is a very helpful tool, and I'm excited to utilize it in so many decision areas in the coming months and years.
Agreed.
I
Anyone else?
just want to say one more thing. So a denial would mean that status quo, as Dr. Raley said, we go back to the existing proffer structure. And the difference between what we would be talking about today and existing is an incremental cost, which we don't have that in front of us, but I can't say what that incremental difference is going to be. I'm inclined to go with a denial.
Pending your action, we will continue to work with you either way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the board's action is. I think there has been a tremendous amount of work done in here to
Yeah.
capture the cost of doing business and the cost of additional capacity that would need to happen should additional residential growth come to Goochland County. I guess our question now is ultimately what we choose to do with this assessment and this analysis in the future, whether that's profit-related or other business-related. And so ultimately, we'll continue to work with the board on best next steps.
All right.
Very well put.
So I guess this is a voice vote. All right. Board members, all in favor of denial of the increased proffers?
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed?
What's that?
Ask if anybody's opposed.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, it passes. The motion passes. All right. Do we have appointments?
So board members, page 188, you have some recommended appointments for your consideration, which include Mr. Martin Dean to be appointed to Plan RVA, as well as Mr. Kenny Bowens to be appointed as an alternate on the Design Review Committee.
Sir, again?
Do I have a motion?
I move the appointments be approved.
All right.
Second?
All right, so motion and a second. All board members in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. All right. So now we will go to our dinner break, and unfortunately won't be back until 7 p.m. due to the National Night Out cancellation.
Time for a nap.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Call to order. All right, so we'll start off with citizen comment. Dr. Rayleigh?
Yeah, welcome. Glad everyone is here this evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. So I'll talk a little bit about the process associated with citizen comment. So the board does have 4 different public hearings that are on the agenda this evening. The first one is for conditional use permit in District 2. The second one for another conditional use permit in District 2. A few county-wide ordinance amendments for recommendation, as well as a resolution. So actually a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different public hearings. So if you're here to talk about those 6 items, we ask that you provide your public comment on those items when those public comment times are open. This is citizen comment, and the board welcomes citizen comment on any topics that are not on the public hearing agenda this evening. And so the board is not intending public comment to last more than 1 hour. But this is an opportunity for the board to hear directly from our citizens about the important issues that impact us all as citizens. So when Mr. Christie opens up the citizen comment time period, an individual may come forward and speak. If you speak by yourself, you have 3 minutes to speak. If you have someone who wants to cede their time to you, you may have that. And so each person that cedes their time, your time will be increased by 2 minutes for each person, up to a total of 10 minutes. We do ask that you state your name, you state your full address, and that you direct your comments to the board here rather than to the audience. We do have several individuals who have already signed up, but ultimately if you have not signed up and there's still an opportunity to speak, you certainly will have that opportunity to do so this evening. We'll make sure that your voice is heard. So thank you, Mr. Christie.
Citizen comment is now open.
Good evening. I've been here all afternoon. My name is Patience Armstrong, 9349 Citrine Run. I cede my time to Rob Williamson.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road. I'm Anakin Sabbath. I cede my time to Rob Williamson.
Thank you. My name is Rob Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin Sabbath. And what I'd like to address tonight is back on July the 7th, this chart was presented to this board as factual. And the way it was presented was that these are the facts as we know them right now, was the quote. That may have been true in 2023, but not today. The sources even listed on here talk about the Gulf issues from 2020 and the data center water use 2023. So why that's important, even though Tract has said that they're not going to be using public water, that plan could change. Other data centers should show up and be on public water. So that's why it's important. This chart, bar chart, is a macro comparison of over 14,000 golf courses nationwide compared to 2,700 data centers. So the conclusion you get from this chart is water use is no big deal. Well, the water uses are actually micro comparisons, and it's a comparison of the size and design of the data center to the conditions of infrastructure and the capacities with public water in the locality. At the same time, the same national laboratory that provided the data that went into this graphic also had graphics for data center water usage by 2028 was expected to double or quadruple. So it's somewhere between these two. That information was available in 2023 also. So how did this come about? What is the source? It's listed as Understanding AI, which is a website that is pro data center, pro AI. But it actually comes from a Substack, Andy Masley Substack, and this is the graph that he provided in his article that led to the data on this. Okay. Now, Andy Masley, he is supported by a grant from Coefficient Giving that does deep dives into AI in computer data center policy. Coefficient Giving was founded by Dustin Moskovitz, co-founder of Facebook and a tech billionaire. So basically, some people could consider this industry propaganda. Okay? Now this is from an article, AI Water Use is Fake. And he states all kinds of statistics, he has all kinds of data. But he also wrote an article, AI Land Use Issues are Fake. And he says, he speaks to the industry, he speaks to regulators, he speaks in a lot of places, and he advocates that data centers should be built on farmland. His opinion is farmland is useless and doesn't generate the revenues that data centers. I should have said, he considers farmland scrubland and useless. So anyway, that's the source. Now, economic development should be bringing data centers to this board. You should have the opportunity to review the pros and the benefits versus the cons and the negative impacts. But you should have a clear view, a clear understanding of both sides of the issue, not have advocacy presenting this kind of data to the board. It should be factual and up to date. Now, my hope is this is a one-off and not a symptom of data that has been presented to the board to where it could easily be dismissed. Because what else could be dismissed? Noise, environmental impacts, public health. It's concerning, and it's incumbent that you have both sides and you can make informed decisions. So what I'd like to add to that is that's important because like noise, you say you got noise limits. Well, is that the end all? Is that where you check a box and say it's okay because you have a noise limit? Have you really looked into the noises that you can't hear? Because I think if you can't smell it, you can't see it, you can't, hear it, well, a lot of the noise generated you can't hear. The same is true with the diesel generators. And we have a proposal that's out there now for the TOD West, and we're not sure how many there are going to be, how many are going to be tested per day, how many are going to be tested per week, because what's important there is the exhaust contains toxins and carcinogens that are odorless. Even Tier 4 generators have exhaust and it contains toxins and carcinogens. So you have to be an informed leader to make an informed decision. And that's why it's important to have all the facts that are up to date. Now, I'm not trying to imply that anything nefarious or underhanded or was trying to occur. I'm just saying that it's easy to be misled whether you're a proponent or an opponent. So you have to look at where it came from, who's financed it, etc. So I don't envy the position that you're in, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Please hold your applause.
My name is Phil Barrick. I live at 13007 Fresco Court, Richmond, Virginia, and I cede my time to Arnie Rosenberg.
Good evening. My name is Tina Carroll. I live at 15641 Mosaic Creek Boulevard, and I cede my time to Arnie Rosenberg.
My name is Virginia Reed. I live at 9174 Bellini Crescent, and I cede my time to Arnie Rosenberg.
My name is Pete Marone. I live at 7118 Montage Row in Mosaic, and I cede my time to Arnie Rosenberg.
That's your beta, right? Right here where you'll advance.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Arnold Rosenberg, and I reside at 14003 Mosaic Nook in the Mosaic at West Creek subdivision. I am the president of the Mosaic at West Creek Homeowners Association. Our association represents nearly 500 households in Goochland County and is an established 55 and over active adult community that will be directly adjacent to the Tuckahoe Technology Park and the subdivision that will be most impacted by it. I am here tonight regarding that proposed Tuckahoe Technology Park, and more specifically to begin presenting Mosaic's position on the fundamental land use question that we believe must be ultimately answered. Is a hyperscale data center campus of this scale and intensity compatible with an established 55-plus senior residential community immediately adjacent to it? I want to make clear that we understand where this project is in the county process. The applicant has submitted a pre-application for a conditional use permit. We understand that this is an important preliminary step in a two-step process, a period in which the county, the applicant, and the community can identify issues, gather information, engage with one another, and develop their respective positions before a formal conditional use permit application is submitted, which I am told is likely to occur this week. We view this presentation in that context, however. This is one of a series of presentations that Mosaic intends to make to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors as the county process moves forward. Our purpose tonight is not to attempt to resolve every issue contained in our white paper, which should be delivered to each of you later this week. Our purpose is to establish the land use compatibility framework from which those issues must be evaluated. Mosaic is not a future residential development waiting to be built. It's an established community with nearly 500 occupied homes. Its residential development followed the Board of Supervisors approval of an RPUD rezoning in 2028. Residents subsequently invested in their homes and community based upon that established residential land use framework. The proposed Tuckahoe Technology Park would introduce a very different type of land use immediately adjacent to our existing 55-plus community. The project must therefore be evaluated not simply as a collection of individual data centers, but as a large-scale, multi-phase, industrial technology campus, and as a long-term land use decision affecting an existing residential neighborhood. The central question is not simply, can the individual facilities comply with applicable regulations of the TOD? The question is really, can this entire campus remain compatible with the existing residential community throughout construction, operation, future expansion, and changes in ownership and operators over a long-term period of time? That is the compatibility question we believe that the county should be answering now. The second issue is the relationship of the proposal to the county's existing land use framework. We recognize that the comprehensive plan supports economic development in this area, but that same comprehensive plan also calls for consideration of established residential communities, appropriate transitions between land uses, infrastructure capacity, environmental stewardship, quality of life, and community character. So the question is not simply, does the project promote economic development? The question is this particular type, scale, and intensity of economic development compatible with the surrounding land use pattern
and the existing residential community. The property also remains A2 zoned, with the technology overlay district providing an additional framework under which the data centers may be considered through a conditional use permit. We believe the underlying zoning remains relevant, however. This proposal represents a substantial transition from lower intensity agricultural land to a large-scale industrial technology campus immediately adjacent to our community. And we believe one point is particularly important at this preliminary stage. Being located within the TOD West Technology Overlay District does not in itself establish site-specific compatibility. The TOD may establish that a data center can be considered. It does not eliminate the county's responsibility to determine whether this project at this scale, in this location, next to this existing community, is compatible. That requires consideration of the actual site, the adjacent residential use, the scale and intensity of the proposal, and its impacts and adequacy of proposed mitigations. The third issue is the transition between the two uses. On one side, you have the Mosaic at West Creek. On the other side, you have the technology park. On one side, you have homes, neighborhood scale activity, community amenities, outdoor recreation, and a residential environment centered on the quiet enjoyment of one's home. On the other side, is a proposed hyperscale technology campus involving large industrial-style buildings, extensive mechanical systems, high electrical demand, backup generation, security infrastructure, continuous operations, and substantial utility requirements. These are fundamentally different land use environments. The question, therefore, is not whether either use can exist somewhere in Goochland County. The question is whether these two uses are compatible when placed directly next to each other. This is why land use transitions matter. Setbacks, buffers, building placement, screening, lighting, noise, mitigation, and operational controls are not simply cosmetic considerations. They are tools that determine whether this transition can reasonably work over a long term. At this preliminary stage, we are not asking the board to make a final conditional use permit decision tonight. We are asking this board to recognize that compatibility, however, is an issue that must be established, not assumed, as this project proceeds through the county process. Mosaic's position is that the proposed Tuckahoe Technology Park represents a significant change in land use, intensity, and character, and that compatibility with our established 55 and over residential community has not yet been demonstrated by any information provided by the applicant at this time. Over the next few months, in presentations that follow, we will address specific issues identified in our white paper, including the regulatory and legal framework by which compatibility must be assessed, construction impacts, operational noise and cumulative impacts, electrical infrastructure, water demand, air quality, emergency generation, public health considerations, and long-term compliance. Our objective is to provide the county with information and analysis necessary to properly and effectively evaluate the proposal based on its actual long-term relationship to the community. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process, and we look forward to continuing the discussion with the Planning Commission and this board. Thank you, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Please hold your applause, that way we can get through all these speakers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Henderson. I live at 44943 Chopped Road, and I cede my time to Christy Payne.
Hi, Carden Henderson, 44943 Chop Road. I cede my time to Ms. Payne. You're welcome.
Hello. Steve Kinney, 4966 Tab Scott Road. I cede my time to Christy Payne.
Good evening, I'm Jan Kenny, and I live at 4966 Tapscott Road, Kent Store, Virginia, and I cede my time to Christy Payne.
Christy Payne, 46303 Chop Road, Gum Spring, Virginia. Good evening. I respectfully ask the board to require complete transparency and thorough public review before considering any future application for TRAC's proposed 900 MW data center campus. While only a pre-application has been submitted at this time, this is going to be one of the largest proposed data center campuses in the state of Virginia. Right after TRAC came to Goochland County and had a community meeting at the Goochland High School, NV Energy filed a lawsuit against TRAC, Nevada, over the dispute involving power delivering and cost responsibility. A TRAC representative told Goochland residents that the power could potentially be available for this project within approximately 7 years. That took place at the TRAC meeting on July 23rd. Yet, during the June 16th, 2026 SCC hearing, the West Creek Loop project, Dominion testified that the certain large load projects could face electric service timelines of up to 15 years. Those differing public statements deserve clarification before the board approves a project of this magnitude. While the litigation is specific to Nevada, it highlights the importance of fully understanding the power commitments and infrastructure obligations before approving large-scale projects. By addressing these issues in arbitration, TRAC is attempting to keep these issues hidden from Nevada state energy regulators and the public, according to the utility lawsuit that was mentioned in the article that talked about the lawsuit that is now against TRAC from NV Energy. The project proposes 900 MW of electric demand. Public proceedings have also discussed an additional 1,400 MW proposed data center demand in the Goochland TOD. That was discussed in the SCC hearings of June 16th, for a total approximately of 2,300 MW, more than the generating capacity power of North Anna Power Plant would be looked at for the TOD in Goochland County. And those are the current possible data center campus that we are aware of at this time. Most importantly, the board must look beyond today's promises. If ownership or operators change over the next 5, 10, 20 years, who ensures CUP conditions are enforced? Who monitors the compliance? Who investigates the violations? Who pays for the inspections, the consultants, the legal action, and enforcement? These responsibilities will fall on Goochland County, not TRAC. Approving a project of this size should require more than promises. It should require certainty. When there are still unanswered questions about power availability, long-term enforcement, infrastructure, and the impacts on our community, the prudent decision is to vote no until those questions are answered. The citizens of Goochland deserve facts, transparency, and due diligence before one of the largest proposed data center campuses in Virginia is approved. One thing that deserves careful consideration is TRAC's track record. TRAC was founded in 2022. It's just merely a 4-year-old company. Let's take a look at their current 13 projects and see where they are today. Buckeye Tech Corridor, Phoenix, Arizona, listed as planned. Project West, Columbus, Georgia, listed as planned. Morris Technology Park, Morris, Illinois, listed as planned. TRAC Iowa, planned. Cannon Falls Technology Park, Minnesota, planned. Farmington Technology Park, Minnesota, planned. South Valley Technology Park, Reno, Nevada, planned. Caldwell Valley Technology Park, Austin, Texas, planned. Chesterfield Technology Park, Richmond, Virginia, planned. Hanover Technology Park, Ashland, Virginia, planned. Track Silver Springs, Reno, Nevada is actually listed as land banked. Then we have Morrisville Technology Park that was in, or was planned to be in North Carolina. That is listed as land banked, but when you drill further, you find that that's been canceled. That was led by opposition of Mr. Kerry Earnhardt and his wife in North Carolina. They led that opposition, and a decision was made by TRAC to cancel that project. Then we have the one project that TRAC has that's under construction, and that's Shelf Technology Park in Reno, Nevada, which is the state that is now where that has, an NE has now filed a lawsuit against TRAC, where the one and only project is under construction. According to TRAC's profile on datacentermap.com, and that's where I got this information from, the company has a large portfolio of announced data center projects, but listed projects are overwhelmingly in land bank or planned, and we just have one under construction that is currently with pending litigation. I understand that TRAC is a shovel-ready company, but we don't even know how they shovel. We have nothing. I'm going to move on to a different direction now, and I would like to share my experience at the July 23rd TRAC community meeting. I know you want facts. At the same time, you must choose to be in the room to hear them. During the meeting, I had a substantial amount of time in which I stood in the aisle to wait to speak. I used that time to survey the room. I saw Mr. Lyle in the back looking intent and listening. I saw Mr. Drumright all the way in the back of what we call Studio B at GMS, doing what he is very skilled at, paying close attention and taking in every single detail. Mr. Winfrey, I did not see you. I did not lay eyes on you, but I know you were there, and I appreciate that. While I stood in the aisle, I had time for my head to look from right to left, row by row, and I saw them. I've been to many Valley Link meetings, and in the Valley Link meetings, the audience was a mixture. A lot of people maybe my age. That night, row by row, I saw Goochland County's elderly fighting for their homes. I had been so focused on the research and so focused to make sure everyone understands that data centers drive high-power 765 kV transmission lines, 16-story towers with utility eminent domain, and then they attract more data centers, and the cycle keeps going over and over, and we don't know when enough is enough, that I was not focused on the people. And that night, when I looked from row to row, from behind me to side to me, I saw our elderly. I saw them that they've been fighting for over a year to protect their homes. I looked at them and I saw my own parents. As a community, we are to protect our elderly. We are to watch over them. It is biblical. I saw men and women in their 60s and 70s and 80s who had worked a lifetime and chose Goochland as their home. And I then began to think about TRAC's comments, that they had the audacity to tell our elderly that they wouldn't smell a thing when it came to the diesel engine generators. I know you want the facts, and we will give you the facts. We will come and tell you the facts. We will give you the reasons. I will do it, Annette will do it, Jane Christie will do it, Ann will do it. You will have all the facts and reasons that you can tell the world that you voted no on this, and you will be able to give them a list. And no one has to know that privately you chose to vote no because it was just the right thing to do. But you will be able to tell the world all the reasons that we give you. You can choose to protect these citizens. These citizens did not
They were not the ones who approached you and asked to be included in TOD West. They were not the ones who approached TRAC and asked to be included in the deal. When the residents of Mosaic purchased the homes, there was no flashing sign saying you may live next to a massive data center campus. They bought the land next to land that was zoned agriculture too. They did not ask to be included in TOD West. They chose Goochland for their forever home. I ask you to see them for who they are. Once this project is approved, there will be no undo button for these people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Good evening. My name is Annette Jones, and I live at 4841 Ash Grove Lane. I guess if y'all can't tell by tonight, we're very passionate about Goochland. This is the only place I've ever known. It's the only place I ever want to know. And I know there's other people in this audience that feel the same way. What's about to happen is to change the face of it forever. And once it's gone, it's gone. Sorry. So, what I want to talk about is how Goochland is growing faster than it ever has before. I'm going to name just a few projects that are already in motion right now in Goochland County. Eli Lilly, West Creek Commerce Center, West Creek Industrial, Amazon Distribution Warehouse Project Apple, Trinity Logistics, and the CCATP Rockville warehouses on Ashland Road north of I-64. Future developments include Tuckahoe Creek Court, Asgard's development, and several landowners around the Rockville exit have expressed interest in developing their property. Then we have the 1,200 megawatt data center in West Creek, also known as Exhibit 29 of the June 16th SEC hearing, which has executed its ELOA with Dominion for Power. So your beloved data centers are here. The development and the tax revenue you are looking for are here and are steadily coming. When is it going to be enough? In my opinion, to move forward with TRAC is not only at the cost of our well-being, but it's selling out people for greed. The United States controls approximately 44% of the world's data center rack capacity. Have you even considered what data will be stored within the county? Not all data is worthy of being stored, nor should it be stored. Without knowing the end user and what their company is all about, our county could be the warehouse for unspeakable things. Please stop looking at the assumed dollar signs and believe in the lies that TRAC is feeding you. These companies do not care about paying a fine for noise violations or from running their generators for too long. They don't care about the increased risk and consequences of traffic accidents or the lengthy road construction required simply to put an entrance in. They only care about what they want. We're your people. Do what is right for your people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Lee Halverson. I live at 12253 Bremner Ridge Circle. I'm a friend of Goochland. I just wanted to come up and chat with you about a couple of things. Noise is at the top of my list. Two things, data centers and shotguns. I strongly oppose the shotgun range that's going up through the Planning Commission and it's going to come here. Sorry, Tom. Because of the noise. It's not appropriate to have a sporting clays range right next to a rural neighborhood. And data centers, we've talked about data centers and you've heard my opinion. I think the health costs are understated and we need to consider the unstated costs of a data center. If we need the tax revenue so bad that we bring them in over the health of the citizens, I think perhaps we need to consider relooking at the budget process. This all points to use standards that you've heard about before tonight, and I think that use standards are really required. I encourage the Planning Commission and you to get involved in that. I would like to thank you for the silver lining, because we've heard a lot about the rural environment and keeping the rural look of Goochland County. But what that really is a sense of community that this chaos has sort of brought us together. And I for one, appreciate that. And that's what the real Goochland is. It's these people. And we rely on you to protect us and help us. And we're here to help you get the facts to make the right decisions for this group. Thank you for time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Halverson.
Hello again, Judy Thompson, 3370 North Road, Sandy Hook, 23153, District 2. So I want to agree with Christy Payne. That tract meeting, it was not people our age, as in you gentlemen and me, for the most part. It was people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. It was not people who did not have our skin color. The number of people who were not Caucasian in that auditorium was very telling. We're not getting the word out to the entire community. It's not just about data centers. It's about how Valley Link interacts with data centers. It's about how the proposed gas power plants in Fluvanna and Columbia feed into the Valley Link, which feed into the data centers. If we allow gross consumption of electricity on the east end of the county, then Valley Link and all the people who make the decisions about where that power flows have no reason not to bring the power east to west through our community. They already have major plans to bring it north-south and upgrade the transmission lines through Oilville. There are additional plans for additional lines throughout the county. We can't have, on one hand, I don't want Valley Link, and on the other hand, let's build out West Creek and demand that we have power. Those are completely discordant. And if we don't want the downwind and down water pollution from those gas power plants, which will be the second largest gas-powered plant in the country in Columbia, we need to pay attention to aligning our decisions and protecting us on a larger scale. We need to protect the people in the western end of the county. We need to protect the heritage sites. Nobody's even talking about the areas where the free Black communities that helped to build this county exist. How are they going to be impacted by all this? I've not heard a peep, and that's not okay. So I think we need to align our decisions, again, slow them down, make sure we understand what's going on, not just today, not just for tomorrow, but for the next 30 to 100 years. And this stretches to everything from the sludge and the PFAS in the sludge. We need to understand how that's going to affect our land. Tract told me that agricultural land was not productive land. I'll end on that.
Thank you.
Good evening. Wes Atia at 422 Regina Lane, Creekmore Park. Thank you all for your service. Good evening. I've been a realtor for over 35 years, and I'm here because approving a data center in Goochland would be a mistake. I urge you to reject a tract proposal that will come before you for the sake of our community and for our future. These projects are a bad deal for Goochland, especially Districts 4 and 5. which generates 65% of the county's tax revenue. While the average home price in Goochland has steadily decreased since January, we bear the cost. Higher utility rates, environmental harm, and the loss of rural character, while the profits leave our community. Goochland doesn't owe this sacrifice to any developer, no matter what tax revenue is promised. The tract application does not stand up to scrutiny. Key details, building size, substation size, and even the site layout are all to be determined. Yet they ask you to approve 872 acres on little more than promises. The developer's own documents leave critical details blank. Building size, substation size, and construction phases are all to be determined. The concept plan itself declares that the layout, including the entrance and the substations, may change at any time. Yet the narrative repeatedly insists the project is fully compliant with the TOD. You will be asked to approve a project even if its modifications on little more than promises, placeholders in effect, to sign a blank check with our county's future. Their own data is alarming. Water usage could be 25,000 gallons a day to 2 million. They don't even know. There's no verified plan for noise or fire safety, and the site threatens our waterways and neighborhoods that have already flooded. The applicant's answer is always the same. We'll figure it out later. Goochland deserves better than vague promises. Other counties have said no. Hanover, Chesterfield, and New Kent all rejected similar or larger projects. We're being asked to take a risk others would not, and the details have been kept behind closed doors. Who benefits? Because it isn't the citizens living here near this site. If Goochland says yes when others say no, we set a lower standard for our community and our future. That is not the legacy this board should leave. And I urge you to vote no on the tract project when it comes up. Stand up for Goochland and its citizens. The question you might have is, will we be the county that sells its future for empty promises? Thank you very much. Thank you.
James Dearden. Ann Gessner.
Hello, I'm Ann Gessner, and I'm a resident of 12366 South Readers Drive in Mannequin Sabbath. Statements were made recently at a public meeting by the chair of Goochland County's Economic Development Authority, Ben Sloan, saying that Goochland's financial condition was in dire straits and that it was imperative that data center development take place in order to address this situation. I'm a resident of Readers Branch, and I was asked to review available public documents to determine Goochland's financial condition in order to verify the accuracy of Mr. Sloan's statement. By way of explanation, I'm a retired CPA. I worked for Harford County, Maryland for 30 years, and at my retirement, I was the chief of the Bureau of Accounting. During my career, I was directly involved in preparation of Harford County's annual financial statements and preparing documents necessary to attain Harford's bond rating. There are two main documents that provide an accurate picture of a political subdivision's financial health: its bond rating and its comprehensive financial report. A bond rating indicates the risk of default on governmental bonds issued by a county which secure a county's debt. As of 2024, the last year Goochland requested such a rating, it held a AAA bond rating from all three major rating agencies. This is the highest possible financial rating, meaning Goochland has an exceptionally strong ability to pay back debt. The second document is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR, which must be submitted annually. The most recent ACFR submitted by Goochland is dated June 30th, 2025. The results of this most recent ACFR stated Goochland's governmental funds ended the year with a combined fund balance of $109 million. Approximately $92.7 million of that total is available for spending at Goochland's discretion. The annual audit of Goochland, which is performed by an independent CPA firm and which is included in the ACFR, found that no evidence of Goochland being in dire financial condition. Based on the above, rather than indicating a dire financial condition, these documents indicate that Goochland is in excellent financial condition. Of course, there may be documents that indicate that Goochland's financial condition is dire. However, they are not publicly available and could not be reviewed. If in fact these documents do exist, Goochland should release them to the public as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Forrest Alley. I live at 5021 River Road West. I'm here tonight because y'all have a process for a conditional use permit for a secondary dwelling, and I'm looking to build my daughter a house. The process is really simple. I'm not concerned with the $750 fee. What I don't understand is why you got the citizens coming back every 5 years or even 10 years to pay another $750 fee to keep a house you let them build. I fall just under the right amount of property, like 24 acres. When you get 25, you don't have to come, but I fall right in that category where I do. It makes no sense because I can subdivide my property into 6 lots, no problem. I don't even need permission. But to build a secondary dwelling, I got to continuously come back. And I just don't see how that can't be fixed simply. And y'all got so many complicated problems, I would think that the easy ones we could get straight, you know? Also, you know, I will say this for everybody else because I buried my head in the sand for years because I'm Forrest Alley III. I come from Alley's Motel, 12855 Broad Street Road. That was my home. I just got a house in Goochland now because of bad decisions that was made up here, like a sewer tax that started off voluntarily that we signed up for because it was $2,000 a year. But then all of a sudden it jumped to $12,000 a year on top of the $13,000 a year personal property tax we had to pay. So I've already got pushed out of my home once. Now all I'm trying to do is stay at the other end of the county and build my daughter a house. But trust me, money don't fix the pain you're going to impose on these people if you push somebody out of their house. So for what it's worth to everybody else, you know, I'm sorry, you know, that this is going on. I fought my fights, whether it was per diem pedestrian tax that got put on me for an extra 10% of my gross sales, or whether it was a sewer tax that got shoved down my throat that originally was voluntarily. You know, you can't take the pain away when you push people out of their homes. We all grew up here, you know, and we want to stay here. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I have sent and will continue to send you all detailed emails about the tract pre-application for a conditional use permit.
Ma'am,
Can you?
please state your name and
My
address
name
for
is
the
Jane
record.
Christie, 489 Mannequin Ferry Road. We good? I've sent and will continue to send you detailed emails about the tract pre-application for a conditional use permit to build a data center complex on 872 acres in District 5 on property zoned agricultural and residential. Map 13 of the comprehensive plan clearly shows that the majority of this 872 acres is actually outside the prime economic development area. 461 acres of this proposed industrial development are located in an area the plan describes as suitable for single-family residential low density and office no retail. Less than half of this proposed development, 411 acres, falls within the prime economic development area, which is both illustrated and described in the plan, as an area which includes West Creek Business Park and areas between Broad Street and Interstate 64. The proposed development is located in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, which the plan describes as a designated growth area, which is supposed to encourage more intense land uses, including higher residential densities, expanding and diversifying the tax base through commercial development, facilitating a desirable mix of land uses, reducing pressure to develop in rural areas, and promoting high-quality planned development. Commercial development serves the public. It includes offices, restaurants, stores, gyms, and hospitals, whereas industrial development focuses on business operations, including factories, manufacturing facilities, power plants, and refineries. This CUP application is for a single industrial use, outside the West Creek Business Park, surrounded by established residential neighborhoods. One massive hyperscale industrial data center complex on 872 acres is not a compatible commercial or office use or a low-density residential use and does not facilitate a desirable mix of land uses. It's actually industrial sprawl and doesn't belong here. I again request, am I flashing? The county passed a technology overlay district ordinance in November in the face of unanimous public opposition. When asked why this vast tract of land had been added to the TOD partway through the process, Dr. Riley stated it was because the landowners asked to be included, which doesn't seem like long-term planned development and appears to prioritize the short-term financial interests of a small group over the health, safety, and peace of mind of hundreds of existing residents. I again request that the county implement a temporary moratorium on all data center development in Goochland in order to commission the necessary independent assessments of water and power requirements, availability and costs, air, noise, and light pollution, and the potential health and safety impacts and environmental damage to Goochland residents for all of these projects to enable the county to perform the necessary due diligence, fully evaluate the long-term impact of hyperscale center development on this county, and to put in place effective measures to protect the health and safety of local residents. Opportunities come and go, but the consequences of land use decisions will remain for generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Spencer Smith, 15692 Mosaic Creek Boulevard. The representation that you have consistently made is that infrastructure is present. Well, if you look at the web says that the minimum water requirement for a data center is 1 million gallons a day. And many of them say as much as 5 million gallons a day. You've already permitted Eli Lilly to build a factory here that is AI intensive. Those are also very water intensive. So that's going to cost another 2 to 5 million gallons a day. So now you have 10 million gallons a day, and you don't have any water. So people are going to build these buildings, spend all this money, and then they're going to sue you because they're not going to be able to operate because there's no water. So my question to you is, any good business deal requires both business sides to be upfront and honest about what their needs are. Well, we attended the meeting at the Tuckahoe Creek development area, and they were assuming that they had water. And Eli Lilly has assumed that you have water. But you get your water from Henrico, and the contract says 5 million, but you're using 2.5 million already. And you can't expand that limit. So where is 10 to 15 million gallons of water coming from? I mean, you're going to get sued, and I'm a taxpayer here, and I don't want to pay the bill for you being sued. It's not funny. I think you're irresponsible. You're not telling the truth to them. You're not warning them of the problems, and we're in a hell of a fit because of that. Shame on you.
Thank you.
I'm Charles Hayden Jr. from 3565 Haydensville Fife Road in Goochland. I'm on the western end of the county, and I've attended a couple of meetings, and it looks like we are deaf. We can't hear, we can't see, we can't understand, and I guess I understand why you want AI, because that you cannot understand, and we have to go through and through and through to make our requests known or what we desire known to you. It should be obvious to you if you've had a full house on 3 meetings that there is something going on. AI is not to help the regular man. It is to surveil him, to control him, to think for him, to annihilate his ability to be independent in making his own decisions for his own life and family. And this is really outlandish that you would just bring this in, to bring us back to peasantry. In other words, to bring us back to a place where there is a class that is elite and they make all the decisions and we are unincluded. We should not have to fight this away to make it known that we want to continue to be the people that the government was formed for, and that we are the people and we have chosen you for government. You made a vow before the Almighty God, and there is no way that he's going to take back your vow. You're going to have to pay it. And when you pay it, if you borrowed the money by doing data centers, if you borrowed it by getting it from the data centers, you're not going to be able to pay it back when it comes to Jesus Christ and to the judgment that's going to come to you. You better vow to uphold and to intercede for the will of all of these people that are in here. They have a will. And the will is not data centers and destruction of their home and destruction of their way of life. You are responsible for hearing the words that people have elected you to carry out. They have given you a mandate that you hear them. If you don't hear them, you'll hear the Almighty. I know it's got 3 minutes, but I think the what's the folks called? The data center might get much more. But think about
Please
it.
address the board, sir.
I'm addressing the board. I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me. I can hear myself, and I know these people can hear me. I know you can hear me. The board, we've addressed you already. You haven't heard. You need to hear. These things are on, I'm a physician, these things are on your ears to hear. And if you got wax in it, you use some wax remover.
Recess.
Deborah.
We return from recess, but first, I just want to remind everybody to maintain decorum. When I'm asking you to address the board, that means face the board. And as decorum breaks, we will take recesses and so on and so forth. So I know we have a couple more speakers, and I'll resume citizen comment.
My name is Andrew Christensen, District 5. I have a few things to share with the board for the record.
State your name and address.
Andrew Christensen, District 5.
Is that, yeah, we need.
I
your
live on
actual
Shallwell Road.
address. Okay.
So I have a few pieces to submit to you all for your further consideration. One is a book called How to Lie with Statistics. I mentioned this either last month or the month before. When AI companies present you opportunities with all kinds of statistics that say this is a great thing, it is very easy to lie with statistics. Please go read that book. There is a Substack called the blackswanfiles.substack.com. Two pieces I want to bring your attention to. The first, the title has very strong language in it. The first one says, The Rape of Rural Virginia for Obsolete Data Centers. The second article is called Black Swan Destroys the Data Center Narrative when any data center application can be shown to run on an Apple Mac Mini. And they go on to show extensively how all the things in the operations these data centers say they're going to do that require tons of water and all kinds of stuff can actually be run on a Mac Mini for $2,000, no water, plugged into a wall like a coffee grinder. I seriously encourage you to consider that. More importantly, I want to share a few things with you from the one you have to answer to. It's not me. You will answer to him. You hold positions of authority in the county. I'm sure you guys know how authority works. It's a legal system. You've got higher ups, you've got lower downs, you've got laterals. Okay, you all have one higher up that you're going to answer to. And he says in Exodus chapter 23, verse 8 says, You shall take no bribe, for the bribe blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. He says in Proverbs 29, verse 4, that the king by judgment establishes the land, but he that receives bribes overthrows it. Now, I don't know if those are relevant to any of you all, but the way I found out about that is that there's a story of a prophet named Elisha, and his enemy was troubled by being confounded, and he says, Which one of you is a traitor? And they said, Well, none of us, Lord, but Elisha, the prophet that is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the words that you speak in your bedchamber. So you're not hidden from God. Whatever you're doing, if you're accepting bribes, God help you. And lastly, in Revelation, it says, amongst a council meeting like we're in today, in heaven, they say, We give you thanks, O God Almighty, which are and was and are to come, because you have taken your power and reigned. The nations were angry, your wrath has come, the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that you should give reward to your servants, and them that fear your name, small and great, and that you should destroy them which destroy the earth. If your decisions are destroying the earth, you're going to have a serious mess on your hands. Maybe not in this life, but God help you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Hayden III, 3565 Haydensville Fife Road, District 1. And the Bible, King Solomon talks about knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. And we are getting knowledge of the data center information. And the thing that we need to look at is we need some wisdom in this. And we need to think about, with this, who benefits from this? Who benefits from data centers? Well, it's certainly not us, the regular citizen. It's corporations who are going to use these data centers to make money off of us. And not only that, but impact our communities, impact our environments, impact our water table. And the thing is, we live here. We, the Goochlanders, we live here. And we don't want our environment messed up. And once you mess up an environment, it's gone. Once your water table drops and it's poison, it's gone. And so we need to be mindful of that when we look at this. And I know that this is on the east end of the county, but in the meeting that TRAC had, the community meeting, we heard about the non-disclosure agreements that the West was looked at one point. And that's alarming to me, considering I live in the West, and I would not want to see something like that come out there. Would not like for my children and my family to have to deal with something like that within their community, like those in the East are. It's not fun. You're sitting there, you're looking, you're saying, I live here, but I got to deal with this. And I got to hope that I have the means to stay here with water. So I asked that the board would take the conditional use permit and reject it, and to not let things come in that will destroy our community. Corporations are nice, they got money, that's nice, they flash it, that's nice, but we are here. We're the citizens of Goochland. We're the ones that elected the board, and we're the ones that actually pay the taxes to fund Goochland, and we ask that you listen to us and not allow these things. And also with the non-disclosures that going forward, that they not be allowed for someone that is elected or someone that represents us or someone that we Goochland have hired, not accept. Make it transparent completely. Be the trendsetters. I remember in the school board meetings, that was the one thing Goochland was said to be, the trendsetter leader in the region. I ask that you would call upon that, be the trendsetter in this, and not allow data centers and high corporations and electrical companies come in and destroy our community.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Levitt. I live at 7036 Ben Hall Circle. On July 30th, I delivered 3 executive summaries to each of you, as well as the planning commissioners and Dr. Raley. My intention was to provide you with credible, industry-specific information related to the Tuckahoe Technology Park to help you understand some of the nuances of what is practical and possible in the real world. Many of the statements, assumptions, and conclusions presented by the applicant in its documentation to the county and its community meeting are not realistic or feasible, and in numerous cases contradictory. My hope is that you'll use these documents and seek input from others with expertise in related industries to understand exactly what is being presented. It's apparent from my analysis that what is being written and what is being presented are two very different things, which, if not understood from industry perspective, will be detrimental to this county. Words have varying meanings depending upon context and within industries. The applicant and its counsel are well aware of this and will use this as they try to in Hanover to their advantage at the expense of Goochland. What is being presented is not your typical legal document. You must understand the industries and the technologies to understand this proposal. Otherwise, we're going to have a real problem on our hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Boyer. I live at 9723 Kaleidoscope Row, Richmond, Virginia 23238. I cede my time to Margaret Levitt.
Good evening, Margaret Levitt, Parkside Village. I would like to share publicly a letter that I shared with Dr. Raley earlier this week. The county has not properly reviewed the comprehensive plan as required, and any standards implemented by the county are to facilitate and design for whatever development has been predetermined. Clearly, in approving neighborhoods such as Parkside Village, the county has deviated from the comprehensive plan. Furthermore, the M1 statement of intent, this district is intended to permit certain industries, ones which do not in any way detract from residential desirability, to locate adjacent to residential uses, continues to be ignored as invasive industrial development, M1 and M2, encroach on residential communities. The conflict the county has inspired with poor zoning decisions going back decades was inevitable and predictable. If the county is truly interested in a full review of the comprehensive plan and establishing meaningful standards to protect citizens and guide development, then development should be paused until this can be accomplished. Your time frame seems to be 10 months. Let's get to work, all of us, to do what is right rather than engaging in a make-believe process. Of course, a plan and any standards set are only meaningful when enforced. Using the hydrant along Village Trail at 7-Eleven is just one example. Pool trucks continue to empty their tanks at this location, with chlorine runoff draining into the wetlands. Obviously, any enforcement mechanisms is not effective. Apply this to any infractions by a data center, and the exponential ramifications are dire. The county is ill-equipped to understand and enforce standards. As for a data center, understand they will pay fines incurred as a cost of doing business, or based on observations in localities around the country, they will turn around and sue the locality. This process on which the county is embarking to set standards needs to begin with a clear and honest mission statement, one the county is committed to honoring. During our time in Goochland, we have come to understand that the county operates with a lack of integrity. Citizens know it, as do developers. Once upon a time, I lived in a county where I could vote to elect officials who I expected would make decisions to facilitate appropriate development and to protect citizens. By and large, I did not feel the need to be involved to the extent I have since moving to Goochland. For over a decade, Steve and I have worked tirelessly to bring our concerns to our elected officials and staff. Over the years, we have been met with disrespect, untruths, and a lack of transparency. In so doing, we find ourselves having earned our retirement, unable to enjoy this time in our lives, unable to live in peace, unable to sleep. Multiply these effects by the number of people in Parkside and other communities. Think about it. Let it sink in. The county has stolen our joy. They bear this burden during family celebrations and during times of sadness and illness. Those who hold and have held leadership positions see this exploitation of East versus West, divide and conquer, this mantra of you didn't do your homework, as genius. It is not genius. Rather, it's devious, a sinister plan, one that seems to define Goochland. Please, let's do better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so just maybe one or two more speakers.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Dan Dalton, 4621 Walden Road. I just want to quickly touch on the VSP application for a proposed shotgun range. I'm still very much concerned about the noise during the shooting demo. I stood at our home and at my neighbor's home with staff members, and later on ran into one of our board members who was there as well in the area. It was very clear that there was going to be plenty of noise still, even with the range having been moved from being 500 feet away from the original space, 500 feet away from our house. In the community meeting, I saw there's a 23 station shotgun range, but there is a potential for them to add 28 more stations to make a total of 50 or 51. I'm not quite sure, but I would just say that, while I'm opposed to this, if under any condition, they should not be able to add another 28 to make a total of 50. It erodes the distance from Walton Road back to Walton and West Wind Drive. I think 23 stations, is enough to start with for sure. I don't see the need for 50. When it comes to hours of operation, I'm very concerned about shooting till 7:30 at night during daylight savings hours. I'm not sure when the neighbors are supposed to enjoy, time after work. 361 days a year concerns me. I don't know if maybe Christmas we get. I don't know what the other ones are, but doesn't seem like a whole lot. So really for me, it's hours of operation, it's the size of the range, it's the noise, and also the increase to 1 1/8 ounce shot. I think that the original discussion was 7/8 or maybe an ounce, but now it's increased the load, so now it's noisier and louder, which has made up for some of the added distance. So besides that, once again, I think y'all know I'm fighting for a home with 6 kids in it. My oldest is 10, my youngest is 6 months. Our home's everything we have, and that's where we live. And just thinking about that noise nonstop, percussive, obnoxious, you can't anticipate the next shot. You always have to wait for it. Boom, there it is. Just please take that into consideration. I thank you for everything you do for our county.
Good evening. My name is Mark McConnell. I live at 4613 Old Fredericksburg Road. And I really appreciate you guys and ladies, didn't mean to be pejorative there. And one of the things that I did for about 6 years was lobby on Capitol Hill. And after 6 years of working with the Senate and the House of Representatives mostly, what I learned was the citizens don't have a voice there. Absolutely not. I mean, even though I was representing a PAC, which had a lot of money, citizens have no voice. And what I learned was the only place that government works is here, because this is where the people have a voice. And so I'm very impressed with the information about the data centers. I think, I look down the road to Roanoke, Virginia, for example. Their reservoir is down 12 feet. And it just came to light that they approved a data center that will use more water than the entire city. They have no plan. So I totally sympathize, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm really here to talk about equal application of the law. When we got our conditional use for a unhosted Airbnb, a non-negotiable was the noise, was music. On the occasion that somebody might have a radio out on the porch of our house that sits in the middle of 96 acres of open, farmland, it was a non-negotiable. We were not allowed to have any noise leave that property. Nothing at the property line. I would just like to see that same application, because this shooting range is going a few hundred yards from our house. The same people that would have been impacted by a little reggae on the porch are going to be impacted by gunfire. So all I really would ask at this point is equal application. I mean, if we had to protect our neighbors from music from the porch, then I think it's an equal application to protect the neighbors from gunfire. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I'm going to have to go ahead and wrap up the citizen comment. That way we can get to our evening meetings. So citizen comment is now closed.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Raley. For the record, I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Planning and Zoning. Our first public hearing this evening is an application submitted by Lava Leaf Farms, LLC, to renew a conditional use permit for an unhosted short-term rental on Old Stage Road. The property is located in District 2. The vicinity map on the left shows the approximate location of the subject property circled in red. The property is located north of Route 6, approximately 2 miles west of the courthouse village. The aerial photo on the right shows the subject property outlined in red. The property is 525 acres and is accessed by a private drive off Old Stage Road. So the property, this is Old Stage Road, and there's a private driveway that leads to the subject property. The zoning map on the left shows the subject property zoned agricultural general, as are the surrounding properties. The comprehensive plan on the right shows the property and surrounding properties designated as rural enhancement area. The blue parcel at the bottom of the screen is planned for government or institutional, and just for reference, that's Leaks Mill Park. The property is developed with a home built around 1850, along with a pool and a detached garage. The two closest houses are approximately a half mile away from the subject, from the dwelling. The property was issued a conditional use permit in 2020 for an unhosted short-term rental. The owner is requesting to renew this use without any operational changes. Since the approval of the conditional use permit, the applicant stated that the property usually rents a week at a time, which on average is about 60 days per year. A community meeting was held on February 24th of this year. Board member Mr. Lyle was in attendance. No members of the public attended. Topics of discussion included the history of the property and the home, the frequency of rental activities, and the proximity to residents in the area. On June 18th of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this application. They unanimously voted to recommend approval with a 5-0 vote with a 10-year expiration date. No one spoke at the public hearing. On this slide is a summary of the county's conditional use permit review standards in Code Section 1560 of the zoning ordinance. It states that the review standards should be consider the impacts on public health, safety and welfare, compatibility with the surrounding properties, and the overall site design to include things like parking and access. The following conditions come with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. The black-lined version on the screen shows the changes since the 2020 adoption. Most are housekeeping items to make the conditions consistent with today's standard conditions. I will point out any substantive changes. Conditions 1 and 2 establish the nature of the approval as an unhosted short-term rental, but for not more than 10 people, which is related to the septic capacity. Conditions 3 and 4 relate to public safety and require working carbon monoxide and smoke detectors be maintained in the dwelling, and that access is provided for emergency vehicles. Condition 5 prohibits amplified sound at all times and requires outdoor music to be ceased by 10 p.m. Condition 6 requires the posting of no trespassing signs to alert renters to the property boundary lines. Condition 7 relates to maintaining the appearance of the home. Condition 8 prevents hunting and the use of firearms on the property. Condition 9 helps ensure that all guests are informed of all these limitations. Condition 10 sets a 10-year expiration date of the last day of August 2036. Condition 11 requires the permit holder to notify the county and any new owner or leasee upon the transfer of the property to ensure all parties are aware of the conditions of this permit. That concludes my presentation. I went through that very quickly. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Board members, any questions for Ms. Sherry or the applicant?
Did this cup expire in December and they're just now getting back to us?
Yes, that is what occurred. We do notify people, and then we work within their schedule just to make sure that that they are, as long as they're in the process, we don't go after any enforcement. That's kind of the short version of it.
Any other questions, comments? Would the applicant like to speak? in their case? All right. Board members, do I have a motion? Oh, sorry, public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak from the public about this case? All right, seeing none, close the public hearing. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board approve conditional use permit CU 2026-0006, application by Lavalley Farms LLC, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second?
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Dr. Rayleigh? Oh, wait, discussion? Does anybody feel the need to discuss this? All right, Dr. Rayleigh, if you would.
Mr. Lyle?
Chairman, I do not.
Careful, you almost voted.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes. Congratulations.
The next public hearing is a request by 4L Corporation to renew a conditional use permit for routine biostorage facility and to increase the biostorage area. The property is located on Chapel Hill Road and is in District 2. The vicinity map on the left shows the location of the subject property, which is circled in red. The property is located just northeast of the intersection of Chapel Hill Road and Riddles Bridge Road. The aerial photo on the right shows the subject property outlined in red. The biostorage facility is located towards the northern portion of the property, right here. You can see the location of it right there. The zoning map on the left shows the subject property zoned agricultural general. The surrounding properties are also zoned agricultural general. The comprehensive plan map on the right shows the subject property designated as rural enhancement area, as are all the surrounding properties in the area. Because biosolid storage is not a common application in Goochland County, I would like to take a few moments to summarize what biosolids are, what they're used for, and why this material is typically stored at a facility, and under what circumstances storage is regulated by the county. Biosolids are defined by the county code as sewage sludge that has been treated to the point it is safe to handle without the risk of spreading disease. Some municipal sewage treatment plants offer treated biosolids material which farmers can apply to the fields to add nutrients and improve the soil conditions. So we can think of biosolids as a type of fertilizer made of material produced by humans. Ideally, biosolid material would be transported from the source and applied directly onto the fields. However, there are circumstances that prevent direct application, so storage areas are needed. Examples of those circumstances include weather conditions, primarily, timing of crops and application, and sometimes logistics of transportation. Temporary storage allows hauling to continue when field application must pause. County code requires a CUP or conditional use permit for routine storage, which is defined as more than 45 days. So no conditional use permit is required for storage less than 45 days. The Department of Environmental Quality regulates all biosolid activities, including routine storage, on-site storage, and field application, meaning this facility must be permitted by both the county and the Department of Environmental Quality. The conditional use permit for this storage facility was first approved in Goochland County in 2014. It was then renewed in 2019 with no operational changes. The request before you tonight is for both a renewal of the use, but it is also with an expansion of the storage area from a 100 by 100 covered area to a 200 by 100 covered area. The applicant is also requesting a 10-year permit expiration to better align with the 10-year DEQ permit, which was just renewed this past fall. The facility is operated by contractor NeuroBlend Incorporated. The applicant owns both the property and the storage facility. And this is the only routine biosolids storage in the county. The biostorage used for this facility is sourced from both the city of Richmond and Blue Plains, Maryland. On the left is an aerial view of the current storage area, and on the right is a picture of the operation showing the biocides material undercover. The applicant is requesting to expand the covered facility in the front by 100 feet, extending from where the building is showed. This doubles the capacity of the storage area. Resulting storage area would be increased from 1,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet of storage area. A community meeting was held on February 12, 2026. 8 citizens were in attendance. Topics of discussion included the nature of biosolid material in general, the source locations, and the treatment protocol. Concerns were raised regarding odor and noise from trucks unloading and unloading the area. In response, the applicant clarified that odor and field applications are regulated by the Department of Environmental Quality and not the county through the conditional use permit process. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this application on June 18th and recommended approval with a 5-0 vote, recommending a 10-year expiration date. No one spoke at the public hearing. On the slides is a summary of the conditional use permit standards in Code 1560 of the zoning ordinance. As stated in the previous presentation, the review standard should consider impacts on health, safety, and welfare, compatibility with the surrounding properties, and overall site to include things like parking and access. The following conditions come with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. Again, the black line versions on the screen show the changes since the last approval, which was in 2019. Most are housekeeping items to make the conditions consistent with our current standard conditions. However, there are a few changes I will point out as I go through them. Conditions 1 and 2 establish the nature of the proposed use, requiring the operation to be in conformance with the conceptual plan. Condition 3 requires the facility to be set back at least 200 feet from the nearest stream or wetland. This is being carried forward from the previous permit. The portion of the condition referencing the 750 feet separation from the nearest resident is recommended to be removed, since this is part of the, is already stated as part of our county code. Condition 4 prohibits lighting that could cause nighttime impacts. The applicant does not have any lighting currently and has stated that there is no plan to do so, but staff felt it was important to keep this condition going as it was in 2019. Condition 5 establish hours of operation for vehicle transport to and from the facility, which are Monday through Saturday, 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is what was approved back in 2019. Previous condition 6 was removed, as is the operation must be in compliance with the DEQ permit, so it is no longer a required, is not a required condition. Renumbered number 6 sets a 10-year expiration date as requested by the applicant and recommended with approval from the Planning Commission. Condition 7 requires the property owner to notify the county prior to any transfer of ownership. And that concludes my presentation. Again, the applicant is in attendance. I'd be happy to answer any of the board's questions.
I've got some questions.
Certainly.
I feel like our definition of sewage sludge is pretty loose. You said that the source was Richmond and Blue Plains?
Maryland.
But what is the actual source? Is it industrial?
No, it is actually wastewater.
Does our definition exclude industrial, or does it allow room for?
No, it doesn't exclusively state that. It does, let me go back to see if this is the exact. It doesn't exclude it, but it does actually say that it is municipal water, I think. I mean, wastewater. I don't know the answer to that, sir. I'm going to have to get back with you on that.
All right. Board members?
Mr. Chair.
please have other-
Thank you.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
suspect that the biosolids, the last time we wrote it, that the definitions and stuff come out of state law authority. We didn't try and create our own. We followed what the EQ in the state says. I can't swear to you that I've looked it up and compared it, but that's certainly what I was working with Debbie Bird on changing it last time we made changes.
Thank you, Ms. McGee.
All right.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
my sense is that the board may not have a good understanding of how the operation works and how things are going. I think it might be helpful to have a better understanding, because right now, all we think is somebody comes, dumps poop in Goochland, and then it does something, and we got to keep it there. So I don't know if the applicant wants to come forward, or
Absolutely.
if somebody can come and just kind of explain what the operation is, how it benefits, things like that.
Absolutely. I will pass it over to the applicant, but if there's anything I can expand on, I will. Let me just state your name and address.
Good evening, members of the board, chairman. My name is Owen Lanier. I live at 4209 Whitehall Road, Sandy Hook, Virginia. I'm the president of 4L Corporation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can you just explain the operation, like how, what's a average day or week in the life of this facility? Pretend like only Mr. Christie's in agriculture.
And that I know very little about biosolids.
Okay. Biosolids are the nutrients derived from the wastewater treatment facilities. It is processed material that is basically organic matter that has a certain amount of nitrogen in it. Nitrogen, of course, is what makes plants grow. Farmers have to usually buy nitrogen in the form of commercial nitrogen to put on their crops and or on their pastures. This is provided free to them as a regulated benefit for them to be able to grow their crops and their grass without having to purchase fertilizer. DEQ is the regulatory agency and the enforcing agency for all of the regulations that the state of Virginia has put forth, passed. The life of biosolids basically is that once the material is processed and it is tested, it meets the criteria, and I'm not an expert on treatment plant criteria, but once it meets the criteria for either a Class A or a Class B biosolids, and that facility is permitted to dispose of their biosolids by land application, then the material would leave the facility and go to permitted land somewhere, usually in Virginia, for a Virginia source, or the Blue Plains, Maryland source is in Maryland, but it's right there in DC, and they get rid of most of their material in Virginia. They actually are a Class A producer. They produce Class A EQ material, which is basically has no regulatory restrictions. They can actually bag that and sell it as enriched potting soil if they elect to do so. The volume doesn't allow all of it to do that. The volume produced means that a lot of it has to go on just field applications. So the load of material leaves the treatment facility, and as long as the weather is good and they can get into the fields, they go to a farmer's field dump the material. It is picked up off the ground with a front end loader, placed into a spreader. Now, this land has already been permitted, and there has been a nutrient management plan written for the crop that is growing on that property. That is done by a plan writer that has soil samples taken ahead of time and then determines what that plant needs in the way of nutrients for its life, growth life, and then a certain amount of biosolids are applied to the land to feed that plant. That is done by a spreader operator that basically spreads it at a certain rate, so many tons per acre. Now, the facility that is before you, conditional use permit renewal, is only used when material can't go from the source straight to the field. It's only a interim place for material to be dropped off when either conditions, for whatever reason, conditions in the field are such that they can't haul into the field and directly dump. You know, usually weather dictates that. A load of biosolids may come to the facility on Monday and leave out on Tuesday. It may come to the facility on Monday in April and leave in June. It just depends. But the facility itself is regulated by and inspected by the Department of Environmental Quality. They usually come by at least once a month, sometimes more, and inspect the facility, and you know, everything has to be done according to their regulations and everything kept in compliance. And the material has to be kept up with in a material manifest in the amount of material that comes into the facility and what leaves the facility and where that's going. So it's pretty cradle to grave, so to say, watched material and kept up with, and you pretty much know what goes where.
Mr. Lanier, can you talk about the reasons or the necessity for expansion and how that's going to impact? Does that mean double the size, double the trucks, double the materials? Like,
well, it does mean double the covered area that is the area currently allowed to store biosolids in. Now, as you saw in the slide, it was decided when this was built to go ahead and build the walls that came out all the way such that the walls are, I guess, 100 feet by 200 feet instead of just 100 feet by 100 feet. And that area is where a lot of work takes place, and the trucks get dumped. The loader takes the material, stacks it up in the covered area. They don't dump outside the facility. They dump on the hardened surface underneath or in between the walls. It's nice when it's raining to have a cover over your head. Yes, at any one point in time, there could be twice as much material stored there, but that doesn't mean that increases truck traffic, that it doubles it, because the trucks can come and go every single day and drop one, like I said, they could drop 10 loads of material on Monday and pick it up on Tuesday, drop another 10 on Wednesday, pick it up on Thursday, you know, bring 20 loads on Friday and haul 20 out on Monday. So, you know, the area that's currently covered may only be half utilized at that point in time. But if we get a month of rain, then we need a place to put what is generated. And it can come there and be undercover and be stored until conditions are such it can be hauled out.
And it's mostly solids, right? I mean, is that?
It's not liquid, it's all a solid, yes.
Right, okay.
I think it has to have less than 30% moisture content.
Any other questions, board members? You said that the the fields are monitored, soil samples are taken for the appropriate application of the biosolids, they're also monitored after the application, correct? Or,
The signage that is put up is left up for 30 days when a field is spread. But that really doesn't have anything to do, of course, with the storage facility. That is what DEQ does with all of their regulations on field applications.
well, I guess that's what I was just trying to get an understanding is like, so do they monitor, I guess, the soil after the application? To make sure it was appropriate amount
They don't
or
really
too much, or-
monitor it. They, before the next application can happen, which is once every 3 years on row crops and once every 365 days on grass crops, I'll call it, at the half rate, which most people that spread on grass spread at half rate, so you can spread every 365 days. You have to do a soil test again before you can write a nutrient management plan for that next application.
Understood. All right.
Where does this come from? Is it coming from within the county?
It's some of it's generated in the county, but it's sourced from.
Sometimes too much. No, never mind.
Well, it's the source is could be Henrico County, could be City of Richmond, could be Blue Plains, Maryland. You know, that's where it comes from.
And I was going to ask about the depth of this, but it's on the surface. And so it's just stacked on concrete floor.
Yes, it's just the storage facility. It's stacked up as high as it will. The friction coefficient of the material will allow it to be stacked, which is usually not over about 8 feet high. And it's just stacked up in there until you're ready to load it back out.
Is it the same material for the most part? Like you said, you went into the grades of the biosolids. Is it basically the same product from Blue Plains and Richmond, or do they differ?
They differ. There's two classes of biosolids that can be land applied. It's a class B, which most facilities are able to produce, and there's a class A, which is the one that I said is like potting soil that only Blue Plains can produce.
So the reason I'm asking these questions is that I did learn a little bit about biosolids. So is the class A, is that binded with the lime and
No.
pelletized, or is that
something
completely different?
That's a cake biosolids also. Class A is. It's just that it is more refined, treated longer, cooked longer, made more inert. It has absolutely no vector attraction and absolutely no potential pathogens at all in it. It's like enriched black dirt.
Right. Okay.
And one of the real benefits that a lot of farmers don't understand until they use biosolids for a while is the organic matter that is applied to the soil. You're building topsoil when you apply biosolids. As an example, a nutrient management plan may call for 80 pounds of nitrogen per acre, but you might apply 8 tons of material per acre to get 80 pounds of nitrogen. So the rest of it is just topsoil, just inert matter. And Goochland's red clay needs all the help it can get to build some topsoil on top of it.
I mean, thank you for providing the permit fact sheet. Based on that, I'm guessing the DEQ renewal was fairly exhaustive, much like an audit, and
DEQ is DEQ, yes, and it takes a while.
Yeah,
it takes a while.
So so you recently went through that. We're hoping to align the two, the CUP and
the DEQ permit has already been approved.
Okay.
It was renewed. It was initially approved for the 10-year period, then it was renewed.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Vaughters, the permit is actually a lengthy document in your files. I just found it, but it says an expiration date of July 2035.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Lanier, one of the questions I had, I'll stop you from having to come up after public hearing. How is DEQ, apparently size was not an issue, the amount, because if you were doubling the size, but they're extending their permit, and we're looking to now double it, were they looking at what was currently there, or both?
They will have to permit the expansion once the roof would be added.
That's good to know.
DEQ would have to, right now, the only permitted area is 100 feet by 100 feet. But they won't permit the rest of it without a roof over it.
Okay.
But if there's a roof over it, then they will come inspect and do all their testing and everything, and then hopefully approve that area also.
Okay, great.
I guess, thank you, sir.
Okay,
We'll
thank you.
go ahead and open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak on this case? Go
My
ahead.
name is Charles Hayden Jr., 3565 Haydenville, Fife Road. My folks were farmers for years, and I know what it's like to have horses and cows and pigs and the smell that goes with it. But there's no smell like the smell of human waste. And I'm all for farmers, but I think we run the risk. How in that community has there been interviews of those people that live in that area and their feelings concerning that being there? Mr. Lanier, I'm not against you, but I want to know that. In other words, has anybody asked those that are nearby that facility, how is this going for you? It's an odor. I was at my home and I smelled this bad odor and I wondered what it was, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I just couldn't figure it, and finally I realized what it was. It carries, and it's unpleasant. And we've had some people talk about noise, and noise is unpleasant for some folks, and odor is another sense that is unpleasant for some folks. So I wonder if the community that is surrounding that, has anybody asked them how that's going for them? In addition, I know that they said they've looked at this and they say it's fine, but I have traveled through places where it's been applied, and I still can't understand how tomatoes and turnips and all of these things grow out of something that has been carried through that process. And in terms of vectors, I can't understand how flies and other things that they will land wherever they land, and then when they come to wherever they come. So I'm sure that it has an effect. And finally, the runoff. If you're going to put it back 200 feet, then that means that there's some reason why you have it 200 feet back. How has it affected the Chesapeake Bay watershed area and the areas down from it? We make a lot of noise to regular homeowners about putting this black paper. I remember having to put it down, putting the black paper around that so that stuff won't go out. So has it been looked at how it's affected the Chesapeake watershed, and has it been looked at how it affects the wildlife in the area? I mean, we don't know any of this stuff. We see species that are no longer there, partridges, quail, they're no longer there. So what I'm asking is, I'm not against what he's trying to do, because I don't want to stand in the way of any man. But at the same time, a doubling of it means that apparently there will be a doubling of the application, because if you're gonna have more, you're gonna distribute more. These are questions that I have on it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the case?
Charles Hayden III, 3565 Haydensville, Fife Road. I got similar questions. Because we went to an application, it was someone that was doing it, and the information we got was just printed out. I think Virginia Tech did the study on it. But I know with this being just a facility, but it'd be supplying, you know, potentially surrounding farms and areas. Has there been an independent study done on that, on the effect that is done to the soil, done to the water table, the runoff, and all of that? And just kind of concerned with that because, like I said, when we went to the meeting, this has probably been about 8 years ago, and they just threw a flyer at us, a pamphlet at us, and that was it. And some Virginia Tech did, but has there been an actual study where they came here and they actually looked at the effects of it? I think that's important.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, would the applicant like to address the concerns? Closing the public hearing. Now, would the applicant like to address the concerns brought up in the public hearing?
Yes, the facility has a drainage system internally and with under drain all the way around it, such that if there was any supernatant, is what they call the when water runs against biosolids and then runs off. If any of that were to exist, it is captured in a 2,000-gallon tank adjacent to the facility. So there's no runoff. All of that is contained. The field applications, of course, are a total separate set of regulations DEQ has. They have not invited any counties really to participate in that other than through the inspection of it. There are county monitors that DEQ will compensate to assist them, so to say, in inspecting field applications.
You're touching on something I was going to ask.
Mm-hmm.
We have to assume, I guess, a lot of times that the permitting process, the inspections of DEQ with the oversight has in its protection or its requirements to pay attention to runoff, the Chesapeake Bay, stuff like that. Could you just visit on that just a little bit as to what you have to go through? And are they paying attention to these things that were brought up as concerns?
Yeah, the I guess largest exposure to any environmental pollution is really from field application, because you're in varied locations all over the state of Virginia. That's why the land is permitted first, meaning the owner of the land requests that it gets permitted for the application of biosolids. Everyone that owns any interest in the land signs off on that. That application is submitted to DEQ. They then go and do a site visit and check over to see that the application hasn't missed anything. There are buffer restrictions on adjacent property. You have to be 100 feet away. Wells, you have to be 100 feet away. Houses, 200 feet away. Rock outcrops, you have to be 35 feet away. If it's limestone or if it's a sinkhole, you have to be 100 feet away. And this is applying it on the land. So once the land is permitted, then it's basically saying, hey, I want biosolids. DEQ comes and looks. Okay, the way you submitted this is fine. Everything's good. The land will get permitted. Now, usually the request for that from the time that it gets permitted is anywhere from 1 to 5 years for the landowner. If there is enough permitted land in a county requested, then there's a public hearing for the permits for that land. They have give public notice and have a public hearing. You can submit comments to DEQ. It's a very involved process.
Thank you, Mr. Lear. Full disclosure, I sit on the Goochland Farm Bureau Board, And I sit here kind of just making sure that everybody says, let's keep Goochland rural. And to do that, we need farms. And to provide an expensive soil amendment, such as nitrogen, at no cost, and for an operation that has been successfully, no complaints, been examined or reviewed by DEQ numerous times over the life of this existing or recently expired CUP, I'm hard-pressed to see why we wouldn't want to approve this right away and to let the same type of operation supporting the agriculture community continue to be in place. I did have the opportunity to serve on the Monacan board for 12 years. We have done nutrient management plans for producers here in the county. And so the process is not 2 centuries ago where you go out, put some seeds in the ground and hope it grows. It is a technical, scientific process, high overhead, high risk, and this is one part of a solution to keeping the county rural and supporting our agricultural community. So I really don't have any questions, and I appreciate that when you don't, there is a learning curve, and I appreciate and welcome the opportunity to share that this is a benefit to the farming community and to, I would submit, Goochland County as a whole. We haven't come to a vote yet, so maybe this is not the time for me to be making my comments, but I would be hard-pressed to understand why this would not be approved if indeed we want to support our ag community in the county and rely on partners such as Monacan, such as DEQ, and those folks that do have our best interests at heart and are making sure that we are in compliance with what really is a highly regulated and scientific process. So, Mr. Lanier, I appreciate what you're doing. I can appreciate also that we're really looking at, are we going to approve an additional 100 feet of coverage for an ongoing operation that has been in compliance with all state and county regulations for 10 plus years? And if we don't want to approve an additional 100 feet of coverage, roof coverage, I will be curious to ask why. So there's my little soliloquy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lanier?
Yes.
I did have, to answer Dr. Hayden's question, I did have a citizen reach out to me last week and was able to speak with them today. There is concern about some of the truck noise at 4 o'clock in the morning. This citizen says that they filed 2 complaints through the portal over the last 5 years. So nothing that I would consider excessive. But just, is there anything we could do about the truck noise early in the morning?
Well, it's my belief that the additional cover over the area will help with truck noise at the facility because it does tend to want to muffle the air brakes or tailgate bangs or whatever might happen. As for hours of operation, they're not my choice as much as they are what is dictated by the shipping from the sources, primarily from Blue Plains. They have a tremendous amount of material that leaves that facility every day, and it has to leave there. We're talking 40 tractor trailer loads a day leaves Blue Plains and goes somewhere. So they have to start loading usually at either midnight or 2 a.m. And it's a 2 to 3 hour trip down Interstate 95 to get to Goochland.
Okay, one of the questions that this constituent had was the legislation that was just passed regarding the biosolids applications that goes into effect next July. Will that have any impacts on the need to store for longer or shorter periods or any at all?
Is that the legislation connected with the testing for?
Yeah, I believe so.
For chemicals, for PFAS materials?
Yes, exactly.
Gladly, that legislation has gotten applied to where it needed to be applied. the initial, I think it was a member that was down in, I think, Northern Neck area somewhere. He wanted to restrict the applier of the biosolids. If it had, he wanted that person to do testing and wanted them to be responsible if any biosolids tested high with a PFAS material. But now, all the generators, the people that make biosolids have to test their material. They have to get a running average of the criteria for these, I think it's 2 basic chemicals, and don't ask me to pronounce them, but they're polyfluorochemicals. And they have 2 choices or 3 choices as to what they may do if their material tests high. They can't, and the test is very expensive to determine. They can't really treat it to remove it, so they have to then go figure out where the source is that's putting it into their waste stream and cut that source off. Or they have to have their permit with DEQ to land apply revoked, and then all of their material has to go to a landfill.
So what you're saying is, be careful. You might be the first person in the ag community to say they're happy with legislation, but what you're
It depends on what the tests are. I don't like the unknown either. I like to know.
But what I'm hearing you say though is that it's being stopped at the source. It wouldn't get to you with
That's
with
correct.
contaminated material.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move that the board approve conditional use permit CU 2026-007, application by 4L Corporation, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
All right, I've got, thank you, Mr. Lee. So I've got a motion and a second. We'll open up for discussion if needed.
I think I've used all my words.
I will mention that the question, and it's a great question, is have the neighbors been consulted? And there was a community meeting, 8 people attended, and then at the Planning Commission, no one spoke. So as we have experienced recently, when people are interested in a topic, they show up and they speak. And so I'm inferring from that of those 8 people who were at the community meeting, none felt compelled to come and speak for or against the application at the Planning Commission. And that does mean, to me anyway, that the community neighbors were given an opportunity to share their thoughts and their views. I will also acknowledge that previously, when this was approved, I remember sitting in the audience, and truck speed was a concern also. And the answer there is they are public roads, and that would be something that truck drivers would have to be admonished for. Controlling speed is not something that 4L would be able to control. That would be the state police or the sheriff. But
And I do remember, Mr. Lyle, that speaking of citizen complaints, I think one of the most concerned citizens was former board member Mr. Alvarez, whose apparently the air brakes were going off in his house 2:30 in the morning and waking him up. But he hasn't called the complaint, so.
It was a Jake brake.
Jake.
Engine retarder.
Yep.
He turned them off till he retired.
All right. Anybody else for discussion? All right, Dr. Raley, if you would.
Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes.
Mr. Waters.
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
Mr. Lyle.
Yay.
Mr. Christie.
Yes. Congratulations.
Do you have a presentation? Yes. There you go.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm Elizabeth McDonald, Deputy County Administrator for Operations, and I'm here tonight to present the public hearing for amendment to ordinance chapter 14, article 5, section 251, subsection A1. The proposed ordinance change would add a parcel located at 12666 Fawn Lane to the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, or TCSD. To provide you all with some history, the TCSD was created in 2002 to provide a mechanism for payment of debt service, which was taken to construct water and sewer infrastructure in the county's east end. The infrastructure ultimately provided public water and sewer services to parcels located within the district. Currently, there are just over 2,500 parcels in the TCSD. And since its creation in 2002, numerous parcels have entered the TCSD and a small number have exited. There is a formal application process to do either of those activities, followed by an ordinance amendment. An application was submitted on June 8th, 2026 by Ms. Miriam Mohammed, the property owner. The application consists of one parcel, parcel number 48-2-A-1-0. The parcel is zoned R1 and consists of one residential dwelling. The existing private well has experienced some issues with bacterial contamination, which is why the property owner would like to join the TCSD and connect to public water service. The property owner does not intend to connect to public sewer service at this time, but does plan to do so at the point in time that the private septic system needs replacement. Here's a map highlighting the parcel being discussed. It is just northwest of the Broad Street Road interchange with Virginia Route 288. This addition would not change the overall boundaries of the TCSD. It is merely adding the parcel that is already within the boundary that was not previously included. The purple shading are parcels that are already in the TCSD, and the yellow shading is the parcel in question. The proposed code change will be to Chapter 14, Article 5, Section 14-251, subsection A1, and will include the addition of parcel 48-2-A-1-0 to the listing of parcels included in the ordinance, and parcels are listed in numerical order. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members, any questions for Ms. McDonald?
And the property owner is also present.
I'm just wondering why it wasn't included to begin with.
I don't have the answer to that question, I'm sorry.
Seemed like it would have fit right in.
Ms. McDonald, there is I guess we'll call it a surcharge, a premium for the connection, that there is an additional
20%.
20%.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Waters, sorry, did you have something? Okay. Would the applicant like to, or the resident like to speak?
Hello, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the board. I appreciate your time today to listen to my case and for my petition to join the TCSD. If you have any questions, I'm welcome to answer them.
Board members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and open public comment on this case. Anybody wish to speak? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I move that the board adopt this ordinance to amend County Code Section 14-251 to add this tax parcel into the TCSD.
Second. All right, so we've got motion and a second. Any discussion needed among the board? Seeing none, Dr. Rayleigh?
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes. Congratulations. All right, what's next?
am here tonight to present public hearing for amendment to ordinance chapter 14, article 2, section 38, subsection A, and article 3, section 127.1, subsection A. The proposed ordinance change would clarify the mandatory connection exceptions to the public water and sewer systems. To provide you all with some background, County Code Chapter 14, Article 2, Section 38, and Article 3, Section 127.1 include mandatory connection requirements for public water and public sewer, respectively, when a property is located within 500 feet of existing infrastructure. These provisions were established to encourage the use of available public utilities and support efficient extension of utility services. Additionally, County Code Chapter 14, Article 5, Section 251 states that facilities and services within the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, or TCSD, are intended to primarily benefit properties located within the district. As staff administered these provisions, we've identified some ambiguity regarding how they apply to properties located outside of the TCSD, but within the prescribed connection distances of public water and sewer infrastructure that's located within the district. While the current ordinances establish mandatory connection requirements based on proximity, it does not explicitly address whether properties outside the TCSD may be authorized or required to connect to infrastructure within the TCSD. Historically, staff has administered these provisions in a manner consistent with the original intent of the district by not permitting connection. The proposed ordinance amendments are intended to provide clarity by confirming the mandatory connection provisions do not authorize require properties located outside the TCSD to connect to public water or sewer infrastructure located within the district. These amendments align the mandatory connection requirements with the established purpose of the TCSD and codify the county's longstanding administrative practice of limiting utility service within the district exclusively to properties located inside the district boundaries. The proposed code change will be to Chapter 14, Article 2, Section 38A, and Article 3, Section 127.1A, by including the addition of subsection 3 to each, where connection is neither required nor permitted to the public system within the Tuckahoe Creek Service District by any property not included in that district, pursuant to Chapter 14, Article 5, Section 251. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members, any questions? All right. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for this. Anyone? Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm still Rob Williamson at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin Sabbath. I don't know if it's a deficiency or an oversight, but it looks like to me that there needs to be further clarification when the Tuckahoe Creek Service District is adjacent to the designated growth area. I think there needs to be clear when reviewing these for a specific case that's upcoming concerning the 123 acres. There's confusion if the parcel is outside the designated growth area also, and I think it would be an enhancement if it clearly defined, would not extend, if it's within 500 feet, it's in it's a clear boundary at the designated growth area. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road. I am going to echo the concern. Our concern was that Main Street Homes adjoining property is in the boundaries of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and they just wanted to expand it, but it is not in the designated growth area. It is not in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. It is in the rural enhancement area. And that would have meant that they would have wanted to have 65 homes in that area of Mannequin Road, which is just unheard of. Thank you very much for clarifying this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Anyone else for this case? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
I move that the board adopt this ordinance to amend, oh, no, sorry. I move that the board adopt this ordinance amendment to clarify mandatory connection exceptions to the public water and sewer systems.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe we are saying that if the parcels are not in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, they cannot connect to the Tuckahoe Creek Service District.
That is correct.
So there's no ambiguity. They could be adjacent, but they got to be inside the district.
Correct.
That's okay. I was a little confused that maybe that wasn't what it meant, but thank you.
Mr. Winfrey, did you have something? No. Okay. All right, seeing no more discussion.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
I thought she was going to open it for you.
Gotta make sure those cows aren't giving anybody problems.
Sorry, Joe.
It's all right.
It's all right.
They creative.
Yeah, I know.
Like ghosts don't send their kids to school.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Raley. I'm Joe Green. I'm the Director of Animal Care and Protection. I am here tonight to speak to you about some code revisions we're requesting in the Animal Control Code for Goochland County, Chapter 3. The first three I have are bunched together. There's 4 total. The 4 suggested revisions are about making sure our ordinances work the way they are intended. Over the years, we have identified a few areas where our current code is either difficult to enforce, inconsistent with how we approach compliance, or unnecessarily challenging for both officers and residents. These proposed amendments are intended to make our ordinances clear, fair, and effective. They preserve our ability to educate and work with residents first, while still giving us the tools we need to address repeat or serious violations when necessary. Overall, these changes will improve consistency, reduce unnecessary court involvement for minor offenses, and help us continue to promote public safety and responsible animal ownership in Goochland County. Just some housekeeping. You received an earlier version on the black line version, but the version you have in front of you now is the corrected version. So the first 3 codes, we're looking to decriminalize one. These infractions are more regulatory than criminal activity. That would be the rabies inoculation for dogs and cats requirement, running at large without a dog tag affixed to the collar, and payment of a license for dogs. Currently, a violation of each of these is a Class 4 misdemeanor, which can have up to a $250 fine, but does not include any jail time. It does go on the person's criminal record. The proposal reduces these 3 county ordinances to a misdemeanor, or not a misdemeanor, from a misdemeanor to a civil violation, with escalating penalties starting at $25 for the first, $50 for the second, and $100 for the third and all subsequent. And you'll see the changes later on in the penalty. We hope this will improve compliance, removes demands on court dockets, the animal protection staff, and also citizens, since all of these will be prepayable. This will allow us to emphasize the areas where we need to be involved in animal cruelty, neglect, dangerous animals, and threats to public safety. And also, these penalties will be more proportionate to the actual activity. They maintain accountability, but they're not going to give someone a criminal record because they don't have a dog license. And it also preserves misdemeanors and felonies for people who commit actual crimes. So you can see here, this is what it would do. It would remove these 3 code sections from the unlawful acts as misdemeanors, and replace them with civil fines that escalate. And there is precedent for this. Currently, our running at large, which takes place from April 1st to May 31st, is a civil penalty, as is our nuisance animal code. The final one is a little bit different. This is livestock being contained on the property of an owner. We had a court case, this is where the change comes into play, on September 9th, 2025 in General District Court. The judge determined that since there was no established first and second violations, the third violation, which is when we could have the misdemeanor, could not be determined since there was no set punishment for the first and second violation. So it effectively made the code section unenforceable. So what we were requesting is that livestock, poultry, and other fowl must remain on the property of the owner, and it would be unlawful for them to allow their animals off their premises. It will remain a Class 4 misdemeanor. We looked into making it a civil penalty, but Virginia law does not allow us to do that. And officers would still be able to issue warnings. We like to work with the citizens. We're not trying to be punitive with them. So it really wouldn't change anything other than making this an enforceable code section. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I've got one. So you said that the fines would be like escalatory in nature?
Yes.
So it's like offense 1, $50, offense 2, which say 75, and offense 3, 100, et cetera. Is there like a time frame in between offenses? Like,
No.
So if I don't have my dog vaccinated against rabies, I get hit with a fine, it's Monday. Can I get hit on Tuesday and then Wednesday?
Theoretically, yes, but usually we give people time. So we always give people time. Hey, we're going to give you a week to get this, and then we'll be back out to check. So it's not where we're going to, be waiting at your door the next day to write you another summons or anything like that.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Just because the county attorney tells us words matter, a lot of producers lease land, and so they don't own that land. And so I'm going to assume that where it says be on the property of the owner, that would include leased land. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I'm looking sideways to my counsel.
Yeah, it would still fall under, like, they have an ownership interest in the
Okay,
property.
that's all I need. You've taught me words matter.
They do.
Joe, could you, just before we open the public hearing, so what we're saying is we couldn't track whether there's a first, second, or third violation to give the third violation.
That is correct. The court
So now we can give a
stated they had
first
to.
violation?
Yeah, we're going to still give warnings. It's going to be the same type of enforcement, but it's going to allow us to actually enforce the code when someone, the third time their animal's off their property, let's say, and it's in their neighbor's garden and their pig is digging up somebody's garden. We're going to be able to enforce it. Currently, we cannot because the judge determined that since the court can only determine a first and second violation and there was no penalty for those violations, there was no way to get to a third violation.
Okay, I completely understand the intent. It's with the execution that I'm curious, which is maybe there's not as great people here in 10 years and this is the ordinance. What's to stop us from enforcing it other than just a policy?
I would say just I know what you're saying, but historically we haven't. We've been very.
I understand.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop it, but
Yeah.
if you leave it written as is, it's completely unenforceable. We'll never have the court
So-
won't accept any.
And what we're saying then is we're making it, because we can't give them 2 warnings because of what the judge said, now we're saying potentially, a different administration could say it the first time.
And that's the same as a lot of codes, the running at large, the failure to obtain a license. We could write you a summons as soon as we see that you don't have one of those, but typically we give you time. And that's pretty standard for what we do on a daily basis. Now, I couldn't say that someone down the line is like, all right, every time, bang, we're going to get them, but that's just not how we do business right now.
I understand. We don't.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for this. Anybody wish to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Trice, 4663 Three Chop Road in Haydensville. It's been well over 30 years since I've had to sit in front of the board, so it has to be important. When I did it then, it was to fight for FFA to stay in schools, and I'm glad to see it's there today. So you know that my family's farmed forever. I'm the 4th generation farmer there. We've got the 5th generation running around. It means a lot to me to have livestock. It means a lot for me to keep the community safe. I understand what this ordinance is all about. I'm going on 24 hours of notification of this because I had no idea that this was going to come before you. So excuse my ignorance in some of the things. And so when I say that, I just want to say that what you don't know, you don't know. You know, I guess I'm curious of more definitions of what the timeline is for the violation. And what I mean by that is I'm going to just throw a wild estimate out there, but 75 to 80% of farmers have to have supplemental income. And so that means that there's going to be time where they're away from the property. If that is the case, what is the definition of the time frame that they're given to be able to straighten out an issue that comes up with livestock being out? That's one question. And the second question is if what I heard was correct with the kind of the, I don't want to compare it to this, but the 3 strikes and you're out kind of old rule, if that is still in place with warnings only, there again, what time frame is put in place to correct issues? And I'm literally was coming here from a farm. I am privileged enough to farm other farms that I graze my cattle on other farms that aren't necessarily being farmed by the owners. So I was coming straight here from one where I was clearing up storm damage, and it's closer to Lake Anna. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but the area around Lake Anna towards where the Tavern on the Rails area is around Micah Road and places like that, it's a complete war zone over there after this last storm we had with the wind and the rains. So the fence was down, my livestock was in. It was great that I had a neighbor over there and called me just to say, hey, you know, you might have an issue over there tomorrow morning when you come over there, just to give me a heads up. Anyway, that's beside the point, but I just wanted to say that I just needed to have some things defined is all. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Trice.
Owen Lanier, 4209 Whitehall Road, Sandy Hook. I see a lot of potential problems with this. I think you got to come up with another way. I understand from the safety aspect that livestock can't be necessarily wandering around in public areas, but this basically has no rubber in it. For whatever reason the cow may be out, you could be cited. Probably, I didn't really follow it. I don't know if it's a citation per cow or per incident. But like Mr. Trice said, there are so many conditions that would dictate why the cow is out. Storm damage in the middle of the night, is that going to be the cow owner's responsibility that the cow decided to go through a fence that was down and walk down the highway? Yeah, I can see if somebody's got a single strand of barbed wire that's not electrified and they're expecting to hold cattle in with it, that might be a problem. They may come out a lot more with something like that. Goochland better be glad nobody's raising bison, or you're going to have guardrail for fences. So this is just not going to work like it is. It's going to all be up to the discretion of the officer as to whether or not a person should be cited because, and he's got to have proof of the cow being out. That's got to be written into it. It's going to be a picture of the cow, or just that somebody called in and said they saw a cow in the road. I mean, I'm speaking from experience. I've had cattle get out. I've had one get out. I've had 25 or 30 get out. Do I get any, concession that I may have over 1,000 head of livestock at any one time with 20 miles of fencing along public road versus somebody that has one that's in their yard? I don't know, but it's, I can see what should be done is that if there is a problem that is created by the animal, then yes, you get penalized for that. Damages another person's property, somebody runs into it with a car, hurts the car or the people, then you've got a problem. But then that's a total separate thing other than the county policing where the animals are. So I just don't see how this is going to work like it's written. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lanier. Anyone else?
Charles Hayden III, 3565 Haydensville, Fife Road. I have the same questions and concerns with this amendment to this. I had came to the board maybe a couple boards back. I've raised cattle and had one get out and was told it was class 3 at the time, and it was before the 3 strikes. And my question is, what happens if somebody else lets your cattle out? Because that was the thing I had, and I had a board member say, well, cows are smart, they open the gate for themselves. What's the response I got? But people do sometimes come on your property and they turn your animal loose. So in that case, is that counting as an offense? Because in that situation, I had to just sell my cow. I had to, the animal control person came out and they had to get somebody on their end to come and get it, and cow was not harming anybody, but it just was on an old property that we used to live on. It didn't go to the road and didn't do any destruction. I had to pretty much just put it on auction, give part of my money away to the person that came and captured the cow. So this is a farming community, so I know that we don't want animals destroying property and injuring people, but in the place where they're not, what do we do with that so that the farmer does not have to get rid of their animal? Because some farmers, they got 1, 2 cows. They're small, so how do we protect them as well as others that may have more? Because same thing, cow, that's what you're doing for business, that's your money. You don't want to have it spent up.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Hayden Jr. from 3565 Haydenville, Fife Road. I've had that same experience farming, and we had it when my father was farming, father and mother were farming, and cows and animals have a mind of their own. They are somewhat like people, I guess. And at one moment they'll be fine, and they may go through reproductive issues, and they'll break out, they'll break the fence. They particularly get out with rain. When it rains, then you have fences that don't work. So I think what we are, our neighbors, we got along well enough that when these type of things happen, we worked it out. And to not allow that particular part to be available to people and to rail on them for something a lot of times that they have no control over, I find it to be a little overreaching. As has been said, Goochland is a farming community, and we know the caveats of animals, farming, and all of these things that happen. I don't think the government and law enforcement and penalties and all of this stuff has to always be involved in people's lives. People have enough trouble as it is to add to it. Farmers, particularly in this arena and in this time, are having a hard time making it. We don't need to add to that. I'm not the law enforcer, but I don't think we need to add to their problems. Remember that we eat by what the farmer farms.
Thank you. Anyone else for the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. All right. Yeah, would you like to respond?
Just to one issue the gentleman brought up about, do we have to see the cow out? We do. In order to write for any misdemeanor, it has to happen in an officer's presence. And again, this isn't supposed to be a punitive thing. This is just supposed to allow us to do our job.
I have some
Gentlemen,
questions.
I hesitate to come almost past my bedtime just looking at state law, but it appears to me under state law, Virginia state law, it's already illegal to have livestock off your property under 55.12800. But perhaps that's 2820. But I was hoping Tim could chime in on that, and maybe not because he knows his county ordinance is better. Okay, all right, well,
What's the appeal process? So one of my cows gets out, horses gets out, goat, dog, whatever.
We would
and,
discuss
right,
the
somebody let
totality
it
of the
out.
circumstances. If you were issued a summons to come to court for this, you would still have your chance to let the judge know what had happened. This is really, for us, an issue of people who don't properly keep their animals contained. We understand that there's going to be storm damage, and we're going to help you catch your animals and get them back in your field. Anything we can do to help with that. This is more for negligence as far as being an owner of an animal.
What about, say, like a reset period? You know, like the example of 3 strikes, you're out kind of thing came up. Is it, 3 times in 10 years? Is it 3 times of the ownership of a farm?
That was just 3 violations is the way it was worded in the prior code. And we're complaint driven, so we would receive a complaint that, hey, my neighbor's cow is in my backyard eating my garden, that kind of thing. We'd come out and look at the totality of circumstances. Have we been out here? Have we talked to you about fixing your fence? And is this an ongoing issue that would escalate to us issuing a summons to get compliance?
And then one other question. Is it like storm comes through and my, 1-strand barbed wire fence gets knocked down by a tree and I have 20 cows that get out? Am I cited per cow?
Per incident. Per
Okay.
incident.
All right. Board members, you guys have anything?
I'm assuming a lot of thought went into this and a lot of experience that caused you all to feel this way or to want to react. Now, the one good thing is you've decriminalized something, so we all ought to be happy about that. I'm just wondering, I'm not a cattle farmer, and did we consult with any of these folks and see if there's some way to satisfy or address their concerns? I don't know specifically if I understand the concerns, first of all, but, we're not in the farming business.
Mr. Green, you did
Christie.
some outreach to the Farm Bureau.
We did, the Farm Bureau
Okay.
and the Extension Office, and neither had any objections for us about either of these amendments, any of these amendments. And as far as reaching out to individual farmers, we have not done that, but
But I hear with you when you say really this is to correct things, that there are problems. And
Absolutely.
not one-off incidences or something like that. It's somebody who may be a habitual offender, and you got to put some teeth into some things to get to.
And that's exactly right.
attention.
And I would say the vast majority, and this is anecdotal, the vast majority of our incidents of this are not with commercial farmers or anyone who's raising stock, because typically we'll get a call, their fence is down, and by the time we're out there, the fence is up, the cattle's up. This is more for people who, I would say, farm as a hobby and maybe aren't properly educated on how to keep livestock on their property. And that's what this is for, really, is what we would. And again, we have the discretion to give warnings and educate and help people get their animals in compliance.
You mentioned that, at least my reading of it, was the ultimate goal is rather than pursue something that's unenforceable, have more time to focus on neglect, cruelty, serious offense, the most serious of offenses.
Correct.
Can you just, I know there's no specific number you could probably give, but would you say that enforceability currently, given that it doesn't have teeth, is consuming an inordinate amount of time of the resources that we have?
I would say our inability to effectively have any way to detriment, to make someone feel that they need to correct the violation, because right now it isn't enforceable in court. But yes, we would rather be focusing our time on serious offenses.
And time with this unenforceable
Code. Yes.
keeps you from doing that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trice is also a board member of the Goochland Farm Bureau, and I don't recall this coming up at any of our board meetings, so I don't know if you called State Farm Bureau or just spoke to one of the folks in the office, but I think Mr. Trice's presence would show that Goochland Farm Bureau would have concerns about this if this were being discussed. Is it possible that commercial farmers could be exempted from this? If you're, how many cow incidents are you having a month?
A month, I couldn't tell you exactly a month. We had 88 instances in 2025 of livestock off their property.
Cows, horses, pigs?
All the above, goats, sheep.
Goats. Well, goats I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, but I guess the concerns you're hearing is, yeah, we've already discussed how farming is labor intense, high risk, high cost, and when no farmer wants to give up his or her livestock. I mean, that's their livelihood. But I have a concern that we're creating a bigger problem for the farm community than we're solving. But yeah, if somebody's hog is out rooting in my cucumbers, I would be upset, but I do own a 12 gauge. So, I mean, there are solutions other than calling animal control. So I just am not trying to exacerbate and create a bigger problem, but I also understand that, yeah, running into a cow in the middle of the road is not good. And I don't think the farming community is opposed to that, but this seems awfully loosey-goosey. And I don't know if it's ready for prime time quite yet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. I agree with my colleague and actually everything that's been said, and I don't think that section of it is ready for prime time. So I'm going to try something here, see if it works, and I get a second, and county attorney tells me if I can or can't. But I'm going to move that the board adopt the amendments to the county-wide ordinance, Chapter 3, Sections 3 through 7, unlawful penalties, to reclassify certain animal violations from Class 4 misdemeanors to civil violations. That's my motion.
Second.
Yeah,
So-
I was waiting for this.
So what I tried to do is, I love the fact that we're reducing fees and we're reducing fines. Love it. I want to make sure you all have the tools. I'm not comfortable at all saying, well, it'll be our policy not to. Love you, love your team, but that's just not, it's government. I wish everybody could be as cordial and just, help everybody's cow back into their fence, but that's just not where we are anymore, unfortunately. So I'd like to see us take some of the feedback we had, figure out what the actual process is to get us to that piece of it, but let's go ahead and reduce those to civil penalties and not misdemeanors. Y'all are heading in the right direction. It just needs a little bit more time to bake.
Sure.
Yeah, and I would say, work with Mr. Trice and Mr. Lanier. I'm sure they give great input.
We just put them on a committee? That is awesome. Thanks for showing up, guys. That's fabulous.
That's more government.
Anybody else have anything for discussion? No.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Dr. Raley?
Okay, let's start with Mr. Spoonhour.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah, Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Aye.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
And Mr. Christie?
Yes. All right.
Okay. Board members, I have the last public hearing for your consideration this evening. There is a tremendous amount of information that's included in your packet, but at the very end of your packet on page 305, you have a list of recommended categorical adjustments. And ultimately, since these adjustments are over the 1% that I have the authority to do, and that's 1% of the total budget, ultimately, these recommendations for your consideration will be placing funds back in the appropriate buckets related to proffers. You know, our team has done a lot of work related to identifying funding sources for proffers, and that has now been publicly posted. So your actions would place those dollars back in the appropriate buckets, and it also memorializes the board's previous conversations that were held publicly regarding funding for Station 8, and that's a significant portion of this ultimate recommendation to the tune of just over $10.8 million. So they have a variety of those different actions on your docket for consideration this afternoon or this evening, and so ultimately Ms. Sandlin, our Director of Finance, and myself are here to answer any questions that you may have, but ultimately, pending your action, these would be approved for the fiscal year 2026, and it's in preparation for our upcoming audit in September.
Board members, any questions for Dr. Raley? All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wish to speak? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I move that the board approve this resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 Goochland County budget by accepting, appropriating, and transferring these funds as presented.
Second. All right, board members, any discussion on this?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I'd just like to give kudos to Administrator Raley as well as county staff for all the work they've done analyzing, collecting, and presenting in a public forum all of our proffers that we have collected. Regardless of thoughts regarding proffers, those funds that have collected need to be allocated in the appropriate buckets and easily visible to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Voters. All right, Mr. Winfrey, do you have anything? Okay, Dr. Raley?
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Waters.
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So now the board will adjourn to Wednesday, August 12th at 9 a.m. The Board of Supervisors Strategic Work Plan Session Retreat at Luckstone 343 River Road, Mannequin-Sabat. The meeting is open to the public. And following that, it'll be Tuesday, September 1st, 1 p.m. Board of Supervisors will meet with County Legislative Delegation at Central High Cultural and Education Complex, Dogtown Road. This meeting is also open to the public, and shortly after that will be our regular session, Tuesday, September 1st, 6 p.m. for public hearings, and board meeting, room 250, and that is open to the public. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight.
And I just want to thank everybody for their input tonight. It's been very, very helpful.